All right, good afternoon and welcome to our December 16th Committee of the Whole meeting. Today we acknowledge that the sacred land on which Smith Falls is now located has been the site of human activity for over 10,000 years. It is rich in Indigenous history. This land is the ancestral and unceded territory of the Algonquin and Anishinaabe Nation. We're grateful to the Algonquin ancestors who cared for the land and water in order that we might meet here today. We are also grateful to the Algonquin people for their contribution in the making of the Rideau Canal, which runs through Smith Falls. We're mindful of broken covenants and the need to reconcile with all our relations. Together, may we care for this land and each other, drawing on the strength of our rich history of nation building through peace and friendship, being mindful of generations to come. We'll call the meeting to order at 4:02 p.m. and we will go to Mayor Panko, who has a presentation.
Yes, thank you. As everyone knows, the town relies on the expertise of numerous members of our community when it comes to populating our committees and our boards. And we deeply appreciate that the work they do, the advice that they give, and the role they play within our town. And none less important than our planning advisory committee. And you think of the volume of work that committee has dealt with in recent years with the growth of our community, number of planning cases that came before that committee, and it really played such a pivotal role in a time when our community is growing in ways that has not grown in probably forever. And so today we want to recognize a member of our community who has been brought his wisdom and life experience into the Planning Advisory Committee. That's John Wallace, who's here in the crowd. And so I wanted to just make a little presentation to John to thank him for what I believe is decades of work on our Planning Advisory Committee and playing a very pivotal role in the growth of our community. And at that, I'm going to move the podium to meet with John and make a small presentation. But I want to invite Councillor Brennan, who I guess for your entire term on multiple councils, John's been in that position and you've worked along with him.
Yeah, I have. And when I started 14 short years ago, council was picking what committees you want to be on and that sort of thing. And there was one called the Committee of Adjustment, which I had no idea what the heck it was. And so I just checked it off. I'll take that one. And I soon came to realize that that it is an important committee and interesting committee, and it shows what's going on in the town. It's since dwarfed into the Planning Advisory Committee and has taken on, I think, a little bit of a larger role. But John has a wealth of experience in his career, and in those early days was really a mentor in listening to him and his opinions on whatever application came through. And I really appreciated working with him for all this time, and so I'm really sort of bittersweet that you're moving on, John, and you've done your time, and as you told me the other day, but you're going to be missed. But I think you've left the mark and a legacy for the rest of the committee. I know that the other committee members, and Councillor Rums is on the committee as well, but the other committee members really appreciate your insight and guidance on some files that sometimes aren't as easy as pie. So thank you very much, John. I think you told me you started in 1999, and so after all those years, you've really you deserve this, and I'm really proud to call you my friend. So thanks, John.
Well, John, may you come up and join us, and again, just our deepest gratitude for 25 years of commitment to our community. And I think, I'm not sure if we have another committee member who's been on any committee for that period of time, but it's an outstanding achievement. And so on recognition of your outstanding commitment and dedication to the Planning Advisory Committee and Committee of Adjustment, as an active member of the public for your years of dedication, knowledge, and service, help form and develop the beautiful community of Smiths Falls. So thank you very much for everything. Regretfully see you move on, but we appreciate the time and your commitment over the years. And a little gift with Paul swag. Remember us.
Thank you.
Thanks, John.
Thanks very much.
Anything you want to say?
You can stay for the next 4 hours.
No, all these years it's been great to serve, and it was something that I worked with most of my life, actually. But the staff, everybody has been fabulous. over the years. And we've had very few problems, no problems really, actually. And I appreciate this. Thanks very much.
We're welcome, John. All the best always.
See you on the golf course.
All right, so with that, we'll call the meeting to order at 4:07 p.m. and we'll look for an approval for the agenda. Moved by Councillor Miller, seconded by Councillor Robinson. All those in favor? And like last week, around 6:25, we'll try to take a 10-minute recess if the meeting's going long. Disclosure of pecuniary or conflict of interest. Seeing none. Approval. We have no minutes or delegations. Any directors' reports tonight?
None this evening.
Great. So that moves us right to 10.1, pre-budget approval of the network refresh report with Director Dauber.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So the network refresh is one of the items that's on the capital agenda. I'll talk about upcoming. But what this is a refresh of the network components, and what I mean by that is we're not talking about the servers, but anything that has to do with security, anything that has to do with providing network capacity to our main server rooms, but also to the satellite locations. The equipment is quite old. It's on a very old topology, which is called daisy chain. If you can picture in the old days when you had your lights around the Christmas tree and you unplugged one of those lights, the whole thing went down. And that's what daisy chain means. It means that one component of it goes down, it all goes down. So the network refresh not only updates the actual hardware, updates the software components of it, refreshes the virtual private network, and the security capacity with the firewall to something that was maybe not the best quality, to something it's not the Ferrari of security, but it certainly is a good solid system with a new topology, which puts in a lot of redundancy, meaning instead of that one light of Christmas lights, you have 4 lights. So if one goes out, you've still got 3, but this one directly links so that the system keeps up and running. Actually, more like a generator would switch the power on if the power were to go off. It just switches over to the other system automatically and seamlessly. It's $140,000, which includes the installation and all the implementation of the different components of software. I'd be happy to take any questions.
Not seeing any questions. Is that a thumbs up? Yeah. Okay, seeing nodding heads. All right, thank you, Paul. So we'll move forward with that at tonight's council meeting. The next 10.2 is the Railway Museum of Eastern Ontario funding request. Manager Crowder.
Good evening, members of council. Through you, Mr. Chair. The report before you was with regards to a funding request by the Railway Museum of Eastern Ontario. Staff are providing information based on what we've been able to gather over the last little while, both from historic funding data, conversations with representatives from REMO, as well as from other municipalities who have similar railway museums in their community. And we're seeking direction from council on how to proceed. Staff recognize the importance and value of Railway Museum in our community, both from a tourism and cultural perspective. The Railway Museum has made significant strides in the last few years in expanding offerings, completing maintenance and repairs, all contributing to their success in becoming self-funded and reliant, and has successfully obtained almost $300,000 in external grant funding. However, staff also recognize that there's also still work to be done in completing and restoring and upgrading the property and collection. Sorry, I'm not feeling well, so just... The town continued to provide monetary and in-kind support. Since 2006, the town has contributed almost $400,000 in direct monetary support. When comparing other municipalities Thank you. Most do not provide direct funding on a regular basis to non-municipal museums. Some municipalities, however, do require annual requests for funding through application process similar to our community grants program. Staff included an analysis of this research in the package. Through conversations with railway staff, we were able to clarify additional questions council had posed during the original delegation. Remo is not interested in divesting of the property or the buildings. Requested funding is related to capital projects that they wish to undertake for the long-term goal and to continue towards being self-sustainable. Staff at Remo have created a high-level asset list and have completed some preliminary costing. However, staff have not had the opportunity to review or further dig into the specifics or understand the timeline or financial need, which limits staff ability to provide an informed recommendation on funding amounts or timelines at this time. And so the following options are being recommended or provided for council's consideration. Option number 1 is our recommended option. That we look to work with Remo to help develop an asset management plan over the next 10 years or for the next 10 years so that we can provide and address the financial need and bring that back to council. Option 2 is not recommended to approve the request of $50,000 in annual unconditional funding over the next 5 years. Option 3, take no action to the response. And encourage Remo to apply for community grant funding in the future, or council provide additional alternative options for staff. Thank you.
Thanks. So we'll start it off with Councilor Miller.
Thank you. Thanks for your report, Manager Crowder. I hope you feel better soon. Hard time of year to be sick. There's kind of 2 sections to my report, and the first one, and I wanted to start by commending the Railway Museum. I thought they might be here tonight, but they may be watching on just their hard work and their success over the last few years. Their efforts have created the biggest single tourism draw this town has, and there's no denying that. And I know in the last few weeks even, they've brought a lot of people to town for their North Pole Express. So I'll just pass on my thanks to them for all their hard work. So the first section, I just wanted to address some points in this report that might lead people to believe that the museum doesn't need our support just as a general not-for-profit. And just with my experience in that, I wanted to talk about that being successful in grant writing, just like us, or having a surplus doesn't mean that that they're sustainable. So, but it does mean that they're stable and successful. It's a common misconception that a charity having a surplus and reserves is a bad thing. And in fact, at council, as an example, we work hard to build our reserves in case we have a rainy day, if we want to do projects, and those reserves are really important. If you were a private business, it would be really important as well. And a not-for-profit is no different. They own property, they have staff, and so having that reserve is really important. It's healthy, and so for me, this is an organization that deserves our support. Sustainability for a not-for-profit doesn't mean that they've had good luck at grant writing this year or that they have reserves. The only way a not-for-profit can be sustainable is that different funders commit to multi-year support. And so this is a significant town asset, a longstanding museum, and I want to find a way that we can invest in them, show our support, and make sure that they're here for the long run. So in fact, my suggestion is that we look at option 4. We suggested, and this is the second part, my recollection is that we suggested that we wanted to find a way to support them. And I think there's a few ideas here, but I was hoping what we'd hear back from staff was that this museum could be built in as part of our core tourism efforts. And so I'd like to send staff back and look at ways that other municipalities fund their museums. And if they have multiple museums, I'd like to hear about that and how they support those and do an analysis. And you gave us how much Mississippi Mills gives to the Textile Museum, but I'd like a little bit more detail. Do they have other museums? What is that money used for? So I suggest that we support option 4, take another look, and then I would also like to suggest that we put a $50,000 placeholder in the 2025 budget until we get more information.
Okay, so just making sure I've caught everything. The first is more information with option 4, and the second is a $50,000 placeholder. Okay.
Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Miller. Anybody else? Councillor Robinson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just got a few comments here. The Railway Museum of Eastern Ontario recently made a presentation to council requesting $50,000 in funding from the town of Smith Falls. While this is a significant ask, it's important for us to recognize that we already have a community-owned museum that's funded by the public purse. What's troubling for me is the lack of predictable support for the Railway Museum, despite its instrumental role in attracting a substantial number of tourists to Smith Falls. Tourism is a critical driver of our local economy, and the museum contributes directly to that success. The museum operates on a large property within the town. They pay taxes, and that adds to their financial burden. As a not-for-profit organization, it is eligible for a maximum community grant of $25,000, yet it did not receive the full amount in the 2024 community grant process. Whether or not they generate a profit is beside the point. Like any property owner, the museum has assets and infrastructure that require ongoing maintenance. While grants from other levels of government may help, they're neither guaranteed nor sufficient to cover all needs. Given the museum's significant contributions to our community, I believe it's time for the town of Smith Falls to establish a consistent and sustainable approach to supporting it. This could take the form of a reliable annual funding allocation, tax relief, or a combination of both. What's clear is that the current approach, where they must return year after year to plead for financial support, is neither effective or fair. This issue warrants the attention of council to ensure that the Railway Museum of Eastern Ontario receives the support it needs to thrive and continue driving tourism and economic growth in our community. Thank you. So, as a result of that, I'm leaning towards supporting option 4. To get, we need to investigate it a little further. So I support Councillor Miller's suggestions.
Both suggestions?
Yep.
Good. All right, thanks, Councillor Robinson. Councillor Quinn.
Thank you. I actually attended a meeting at the Railway Museum today, and they had a thank you luncheon for all the volunteers that are there, and not necessarily the people that you see working on the property, but the people behind the scenes that volunteer for them. There must have been about 40 people at that luncheon today. So they have a big impact not only on our municipality, but with our residents. And I think everything that or a lot of what I feel has already been said. But having been there today, one of the things that happened was the students came from Duncan J. School, and they brought shelters for feral cats. And they were welcome to come to the museum. That's another part of the museum reaching out to the community. So here's these students from the school coming in with their feral cat shelters, taking them and setting them all up, getting them in place and whatnot. And then they're coming back in June, where they're going to have a day that it's just going to be their day where they can go through the museum. The museum's going to be theirs, and they can go on some rides, they can do whatever. That's a big impact in our community. Also, I found out today that we are obtaining a baggage car from Spencerville. And this baggage car comes with regular wheels. That's not what they call them, but I will call them that. But they also have rubber wheels on them. So I could hook onto this baggage car with my Jeep and pull it down the street. It would be able to go into parades that we have. It would be able to come downtown when there's an event happening, like on Saturday. They could have been downtown somewhere handing out hot chocolate like we did in the courtyard, and be very present. And they want to be out there. They want to be present. They want to be part of the community. So having said all that, I really believe that we do need to support them. Also, we still need a new roof. And when we got the price of the new roof, that was a year ago, and that was $250,000. So it's going to be a lot more than that now. Having gone through that, we got the analysis, funding models analysis for their request. And I'm very disappointed in the fact that some of these museums, I have no idea how they ever could be compared to the Railway Museum here in Smith Falls. The Toronto Railway Museum, I mean, it's just, how can it compare? They have 4 or 5 times as many paying visitors than we do. And the City of Toronto provides the building, runs and pays for the building expenses. The museum does not receive funding for operations because the City of Toronto pays for all their operation costs as far as the property and the building. So the donations that they get help them to run the museum. So that's, in my opinion, not a fair comparison. There were some others too that I really didn't feel were fair either. But having said all that, I'm supporting option 4. We need to support the Railway Museum. They bring in a lot of people. They're not open quite 12 months out of the year, but they're working towards that. I would say they're open 11 months out of the year now. And they're working to be a big part of our community, and we need to support them. We really do. So that could give us 2 museums in the town, one owned by the town of Smith Falls, the other one owned by a not-for-profit organization. So let's work to give them the sustainability that they need and work the 2 museums working together to help promote our town. Thank you.
So just for clarification, Councillor Quinn, under the context of Councillor Miller's suggestions, or, okay.
Yes, thank you.
All right, Mayor Bako.
Thank you. Thanks for the report, Manager Crowder. We've seen a lot of great things happening at the Railway Museum of Eastern Ontario. Enhancement in their programming, enhancement in the revenue sources. Volunteerism been a long, steadfast foundation for that organization, and we respect the thousands of hours every year that are committed by volunteers with knowledge and expertise, and to be able to make sure not only that the experience is refresh and new every year, but bringing in new artifacts and items to continue to attract people who've even been there before multiple times. Events which bring people back, as well as continue to add to their artifacts, which make it a new interesting place every year that people go there. So I've got a lot of appreciation for the work that they do, and they're a key cog in the wheel of tourism assets in our community. We look at our Heritage House Museum, we look at the work that our DBA and Chamber does, especially from a event standpoint. And they're one of those key pieces that represent our community in so many positive ways. And but they're very asset intensive, and recognizing that the more they add, the more costly it gets to maintain, despite the fact that the new assets make the museum much more attractive. And so I think we've long worried about their survival and their sustainability. And the reality, the more assets they add, more cost to maintain these assets, and the reality that they're dependent on support beyond their borders, meaning provincial support through Trillium, other not-for-profits that may or charities that may help them, and I think municipally. And I think the reality is that without some degree of municipal support, sustainable municipal support, they're going to have a hard time maintaining the assets they have. And these assets many of them are well over 100 years old, 150 years old, and a key part of our history and an important part of our future. At the same time, we all got a stark reality last week with a budget increase that we proposed budget increase in round 1, draft 1, that we've never seen before, nothing to that extent. And the financial challenges of trying to bring in a budget that we believe is fair and equitable, meaning we look after the needs of our community at the same time, respect the ability to pay. So it's striking that balance, which we do every year as we sit around the horseshoe and we come up with the most suitable, result. But in this situation, I think for the time being, I'm comfortable supporting Councillor Miller's recommendation or request that we add the 50,000. We have an option for, and we have 50,000 as a placeholder. I don't think we're there for final approval yet, obviously, but as much as I would rather see us going the other way or removing things from the budget, I know this does create another challenge when it comes to getting a budget we all believe is acceptable. But as I understand it, as has been mentioned, I think the roof is a key issue here right now. And perhaps with some commitment from the municipality towards the roof replacement, they're able to attract other funds and get that done, because they can't continue to do a patchwork on that roof. And we know what happens when water leaks into buildings and what problems can occur. So I think we play a role here. And we have a Heritage House Museum, which we all deeply appreciate as well. It's our asset. We have to maintain it. And I think there's $95,000 in the budget this year for some ongoing maintenance there. And we have something in there every year because it's our responsibility to maintain that for the community. And I think anyone in the community can probably appreciate the Railway Museum as much as appreciates Heritage House. They both play pivotal roles. Most people don't care who owns it. It's more a matter of it's an important key tourism asset in our community. So I will support the recommendation.
Councillor McKenna.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I won't repeat what everyone said. I too appreciate the museum, and I don't think there's any question, especially the volunteers who do all that work. So I was more inclined to going with the staff recommendation number 1. And my reasoning was around, one is asset management planning. I'm a big fan and want to see, and I'm sure the Railway Museum is as well, wanting to map out a strategy over 10 years to looking at their assets they're building. I'm particularly interested in the building, not necessarily the rolling stock as part of the assets, because as the mayor's pointed out, there's new stock coming in all the time, and how do you budget for something like that? So I was, one of the reasons I'm interested in linking any potential funding for them to an asset management plan is that it'll likely some years exceed the 50,000, the 25,000. It could be more financially better off. They could be more financially better off. Have that potential if they identify an asset management plan, the data, and a strategy to improve the building and do all the work that needs to be done. And I think there will be years where they'll exceed the 50,000, and maybe other years they won't need as much. So I like it linked to need, identified, really something a little more concrete that I can hang my hat on, and the asset management plan does that for me. So I'm going with option 1. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor McKenna. Councillor Brennan.
Yeah, I hear all the arguments. I agree with the majority here, but and we had a great presentation from the Railway Museum very recently, and there's no denying the support that they garner around the table. That's just obvious, and the people they bring in and all the rest of it. But that being said, I mean, I'll agree to put a placeholder on, but I just remind you guys, my colleagues, that we're going the wrong way here. And I'm looking at a budget of, $800,000 for tourism and ECDEV. And then I don't know if I know what the answer is going to be when I say, can you not find that in there? But that would be my preference. But for now, I'll let a placeholder go, but that's going to be an argument for another day, in my view. But like I say, I totally support the museum and everything they do, and they're a fantastic asset to the community, as is the Heritage House, which I would say who have an increased budget this year, but I cannot remember a year that the Heritage House actually had a capital portion of a budget. They fundraise for all their money, and they had an Esther Lewis fund that they draw off of, and they had volunteers build the gazebo and all the rest of it. So this is the first year that I can recall that, and there are critical needs there, as we know. And I recognize the same thing with the Railway Museum, but I just think if we could do it in-house, that would be preferable to me, given their challenges this year, as we all know.
Thanks, Councillor Brennan. I'm going to weigh in on my thoughts, and then if we've got a second round, we can go through the. I'm not going to repeat all the compliments, but I really do feel strongly about the good work the museum's doing, and the North Pole Express the last few weekends big crowds throughout the year, and it's really great to see. And I think it's reflected in the finances. It's great to see that there is a surplus in the budget, because it wasn't that it was much more tight in years past. So it shows a real success. But I also think it shows that the operations are strong, that the revenues coming in are helping pay for the expenses of generating those revenues. And operation wise, I don't know if the town has a role to play. And I think that's great, because several years ago, the museum came up with the plan to become financially sustainable in X number of years. And it seems like more or less, not the plan hasn't been followed to a T, but it's been very successful, the results. Capital projects, obviously, I don't see the museum ever being in a place where the capital projects are going to fund themselves with the revenues. And I think that's where the town has a role to play. And I think that it's disappointing that the museum board isn't interested at this time of having a discussion with the town, because if we look at the Station Theatre, the Seniors Activity Building, the Real Building, all of those community groups get a much better deal and get much more financial support without having to ask for it, because they're municipal assets. And I get that the trust isn't there right now to have those conversations, but I hope we can rebuild those relationships, and maybe 10, 15 years in the future, we'll be at that point again. That being said, I don't think writing a blank check is the way to go, because I don't know if we said 50,000 every year, I don't know what it's going to go to, and we lose our role in that discussion of how the money's spent and what kind of projects, how the projects are carried out. I do think there's some issues of focus. There's going to be rolling stock for railway parts that are always going to be coming available. I have real concerns with when artifacts are taken and sold for fundraising. I think that's not a sign of financial stability. I don't want to see that continuing to happen, or at least to see some documentation or a better understanding on my part of which artifacts are surplus and why they're being sold. And they're not just being sold because they've got a financial value to them. It's great that baggage car is becoming available, but if there's no strategic plan in place that says we're getting this to fill this need or to create this revenue, there's always going to be those opportunities. And the budget's tight. We need to have some kind of framework for making hard choices. So that's where I don't want town money going into acquiring stock, or paying those bills. And then, in 10, 15 years, we can't afford to maintain it all, and say we're losing locomotives or we're losing other stuff that was valuable today that hasn't been maintained. When it comes to the roof project, I think personally that would be maybe better suited as a capital project, that they come to us, we come up with some kind of funding agreement, we try to help them with a Trillium grant or whatever's available. But I've got real concerns with the way the project's been proposed right now. I don't think architectural shingles are appropriate for the location. I don't think that we're talking about a climate lens when we're trying to spend our town money. And I don't think investing money in tons of asphalt shingles that are going to be in the landfill in 30 years follows that policy. So I'd like to see if we are putting town money towards the projects that our heritage and our environmental interests are endorsed in those projects. And I don't know that just signing off on this is going to do that. So I'm okay with the consensus, but I would like Councillor McKenna was going for option 1 tonight. Councillor Brennan.
Yeah, just a question for our information. And I understand the Railway Museum pays property taxes. And I'm wondering how much they pay. Do we know?
Through you, Mr. Chair. Based on the last assessment that we got from the tax department for this year is around $5,000.
Just for my information.
Councillor Quinn.
I would like that figure checked, because I think it's more than that. I was thinking it was closer to 10, 9 something. Anyway, that's not really what popped into my head until Councillor Brennan said that. One of the other things that was discussed in great detail this morning at our meeting was how they're making the museum more accessible. And they're working with our building inspector, and they're designing new stairs so that people can get into these pieces of equipment easier. And they're also trying to get one of the cars, they're tearing it apart this winter, and it's going to be completely accessible, wheelchair accessible, and tie downs on it, so everyone can have an opportunity to go for a ride at the Railway Museum. And you know what? They're very willing to talk, and I'm sure they're very willing to be telling us what they need the money for, and they will work with us so that we know where that money is going. So I am still very much in favor of supporting this. I totally understand we do have a crazy budget. I totally understand that. But we can't take away from what is sustainable here in our town. And thank you.
Thanks. So I'm seeing a consensus for Councillor Miller's suggestions, so we'll give that back to you and look forward to the next report.
Sure. Through you, Mr. Chair, too, if there's some other specific information that you'd like in that report, we did do the analysis, and that analysis was based on asset-heavy railway museums within Ontario, so we can do a close comparison as we could. So that information is provided within that analysis. So I'm just wondering what additional information you're looking
So
for.
I think what I'm looking for is an analysis on smaller communities like us that have multiple museums, and then how are they funding or supporting multiple museums. So I'm not sure we can compare our railway museum to one in Toronto. So I'm just asking for a more relevant analysis, and I think then we can make a better decision on how to go forward.
Seeing nodding heads on that. I would like to add to specifying the difference between the capital side of the funding and the operations side of the funding. Is there consensus for that? In the sense of,
Just need to know what that means, Mr. Chair.
I guess in the context of a 10-year capital project schedule,
Right?
like when we look at our municipal budget, we've got our capital projects where we're doing investments in the assets, but then we've got our operational budget that's the annual operating costs. So I just like to distinguish how museums fund, like they're two big different buckets, but there's got to be a lot of asset heavy museums out there, and where are they finding the millions of dollars to keep them running?
And through you, Mr. Chair, just to clarify, Remo's not asking for operational funds. They've said that they're doing really well, and they've shown that. So really what their ask is just for the capital side in order to get the projects that are still outstanding moving forward and done over the next 5 years.
Councillor McKenna?
Which is really difficult to do without an asset management plan and I'm sure they have one. I just need to, that's what I'm saying. I think they would financially be better off, perhaps. Anyways, I'll of course go with the consensus of the group, but thank you.
Councillor Quinn?
Just one other thing as I'm thinking about this, why do we have to just compare them to other railway museums? Why are we not looking at other museums in municipalities that are more our size and located more in this area?
I think through you, Mr. Chair, we wanted to narrow the scope to be relevant to what railway is and the fact that they are very asset heavy. There are a lot of museums that aren't necessarily asset heavy. They're just a building with smaller artifacts. So the maintenance and the cost of keeping up that museum is a lot less. It's more heavy on the operational side rather than the capital side. So that's why we narrowed the focus specifically to who the ask is coming from so that we could do a comparative analysis based on that. There's hundreds of museums. If we're looking at, just all museums in general, that's going to be a lot of research and a lot of comparison. So we wanted to just make sure that we were focusing.
But comparing Smith Falls Museum to a museum in Toronto really doesn't seem to have a comparison to me like that. So we would have been better, in my opinion, to have looked at a municipality that was more the same size as us.
And through you, Mr. Chair.
CO Mars.
Yeah, I think just to add what Ms. Crowder had mentioned, we compared it to 9 museums across the province. One was in Toronto. There was one in Middlesex. There was one in St. Thomas, Fort Erie, Kenora, Waterloo, Milton, the full gamut. So yes, one was in Toronto, but the other 8 were not. I think it's really important to understand that. And we chose railway museums because they're the most direct comparison. They're asset heavy, we've established that. They rely on volunteers. They also rely on provincial and federal funding. If you read through the comparisons, they all rely, very few get municipal funding, and they're all generally operated in a similar fashion. Some are more seasonal, some don't have operating locomotives. We do. That drives cost. The Halton Radial Railway Museum is a streetcar museum. It's fully functional. They do not get municipal support. So we can certainly compare it with other museums, but if you want a comparison of like for like, it's in the report.
Councillor Miller?
And I'm not asking for a comparison, right? I'm asking from a municipal perspective, how are other municipalities funding multiple museums at the same time, or are they? So that's more what I'm interested in. How do we go about making sure that this asset of this incredible museum is sustainable? Their volunteers will turn over, their staff will turn over, the energy levels will fluctuate, but how can we make sure it's still here in the long run? And so I'm looking from a municipal perspective. How can we do this? And I think there's some suggestions in terms of how we could fund it, but I am just looking to buy us a little bit of time for a little bit more research on that.
Okay. I'm wondering, with Councillor McKenna's suggestion, there's talk about, do we want more information on how museums do their strategic planning for capital assets? Is that part of this information request? Councillor Miller?
Sorry to keep talking. For me, I think if the Railway Museum has a capital plan with a number of projects they want to accomplish over the next 5 years, that would be information that would be valuable.
Okay, but as for how other museums fund their capital projects or plan for them, okay, I'm interested in that. I'm just trying to see. Mayor Panko?
Well, I'm just understanding what their forecast is. And I don't know how advanced they are with their asset management plan, but just an understanding of what's coming up.
Good.
Through you, Mr. Chair, they have said that they have an asset list and they've done some initial costing and some initial timelines. We just haven't been privy to that information yet. So we're hoping that we can continue to work with staff to understand that and be able to bring that to council to make a decision for at least this year and then moving forward.
Okay. I'm just going to make one more comment personally before we move on, and it's just, I'm not sure, I'm not clear what more information is going to change my mind, or I agree with Councillor McKenna that a 10-year capital project schedule would be really informative to know what kind of asks are coming down the pipes and what liabilities are there that need to be addressed. But we've got a consensus for this and we've got a long agenda still, so I think we'll move on. I'm not seeing any other hands up on that. All right, thank you, Manager Crowder. So that'll take us to 10.3 with Director McMunn, award of RFP for the Beckwith Street Bridge.
Yeah, good evening, members of council and Mr. Chair. The report I have in front of you this evening is with respect to the, the Beckwith Street bridges, being the pedestrian underpass and the new lock overpass structure. So it's award of tender. This is a project, that was budgeted for in 2024. We do have monies in the budget. I will note that there's a typo under the budget financial implications. I did note that there's currently 80,000 carried in the carry forward reserve for this project to be carried forward from 24 to 25. However, that number is actually 65,000. That'll become relevant here in a second. So I'm just going to read the recommendation. The Council of the Corporation of the Town of Smith Falls pass a resolution to award RFP 2024-PW-016 to TSI Inc. for detailed design and tender preparation for rehabilitation of the pedestrian underpass and new lock overpass structures on Beckwith Street. And further, the Council authorized the Mayor and Clerk to execute a contract agreement with TSI Inc. to an upset limit of $284,425, excluding HST. So the two bridges in question are on Beckwith Street. There's a series of 4 structures there that do cross the canal. 2 of those structures have been previously rehabilitated. You'll notice the railing system. There's like a black railing on the 2 bridges that have been rehabilitated, and the existing structures that haven't been rehabilitated do not have that same railing system. So those are the 2 that are in question as per this report. So council may be aware that we do OSIM inspections, which is Ontario Structure Inspection Manual. It's mandated through legislation that we inspect our structures on a biennial basis, so every 2 years. So all of the bridges in the town of Smith Falls, absent the swing bridges, are under the authority of the federal government, Parks Canada. Were inspected in 2021 and then again most recently in 2023. In both cases, these two particular structures were noted to or recommended for rehabilitation within a 1 to 5 year time frame, so dating back to 2021. So we're right there kind of in the sweet spot to react to those OSIM inspections and do some work on these structures. So all that said, council is aware that the provincial government, through the Ministry of Transportation, they do have Connecting Link funding. We did apply through intake number 9 back earlier in the year to receive funding for this work. The allocation from the province is 90% funding. So we did receive funding based on our application of $550,638 based on what we thought the scope of work was at the time. Obviously, the award of this contract is looking at $384,425. It's still the same scope of work. It's just we miscalculated when we applied for the grant. We hedged a little bit on the conservative side to make sure that we got enough funding to complete the work. So we won't use all of it. We do have to report to the province in January, so we'll revise the scope of work and tell them what the award amount is, and they'll be happy to hear, presumably, that they're getting some money back. This work has to be, the design work and tender prep has to be completed before the end of March 2025. So we're a little late to the game getting this in front of council. We did issue the RFP back in July, and we're bringing it to you here this evening for an endorsement. And I have already spoken with TSI Inc., and they're prepared to make sure that the work gets completed by the end of March and gets submitted to MTO so we can recognize all of the funding dollars. So it's a good news story. 90% funding, the town's on the hook for about 10%. So I think that's really, really good value. Out of this assignment, there'll come a detailed design and a tender preparation that we can issue in the future should we be subject to receiving funding. So I would say it would be contingent on receiving MTO Connecting Link funding in the future. The fact that they're supporting the design and tender prep, I think that's a good news story. That suggests to me that the likelihood of receiving funding in the future is pretty good. There was an intake 10 that came out this past summer that we passed on for the sole reason we weren't positioned well to really take advantage of that grant, assuming that there'll be an intake 11 come down for the 2025-2026 season. So with that, hopefully the report's fairly self-explanatory. It's a fairly standard award report. I'm happy to take any questions if there are any.
Great. Thanks, Director McMunn. Councillor McKenna.
Yeah, thank you. I'm supportive of your recommendation and appreciate the provincial funding, of course, in the design. Is it the same group that did the other 2 bridges on Beckwith? You know, it was before your time, but.
No, so TSI, as we know, they're working on the Confed Bridge assignment. Okay. Yes, and they were awarded the 2023 OSIM inspections as well. So we do have some familiarity with working with them. Okay. We have a good relationship with them, yes. And
when that work is done, the next step, would we get another, it's been 50 years, that bridge has been there. Would we get another 50 years with the rehabilitation?
I would suspect so, yes.
Okay, great, thank you.
So I'm seeing thumbs up. I've got one question. Is any of the design work involve the bridge deck, or is it all of the under?
It's primarily, there will be some bridge deck work, but it's primarily the soffit and the abutment work that needs to be done. The story around this is a number of years ago, there was an oversized load that came through town. They followed the proper permitting and everything. We suspect that the oversized load that came through did compromise the bridge a little bit. At least that's what it's looking like when we do some GPR work, which is ground penetrating radar work that was part of the assignment for the OSIM inspection. So much of what we know now with respect to, and I don't want to alarm the public. I mean, the bridge isn't going to collapse or anything like that, but like any structure, you know, we do that investigative work to find out where the issues are. And there's we have to be you know, there's a window of kind of a timely response, and that's why they noted within that 1 to 5 year window, we should really be looking at doing something. So it's primarily the underside. There's some work that needs to be done to that to kind of refirm things up to make sure that it's good for the next 50 years. So $384,000 worth of design work. That's fairly substantial. So there's quite a bit of work that needs to go into this. And of course, the barrier walls will be replaced. It'll look same or similar to what we have there on the other two structures. There'll be new lighting. Yeah, for all intents and purposes, it's going to look the same, but it'll be significant rehabilitation work that will take place. It won't be a bridge replacement. Bridge will stay in place. We'll be able to presumably reduce to 1 lane, keep traffic flowing across the bridge. Yeah. Does that answer your question?
Great. Yeah, no, and it's great to hear that the railings will be consistent throughout the whole bridge. I've got a question on for the configuration of the lanes of traffic with the Confederation crossing decided on. We've got that turning lane in the middle. Is part of the scope of this to reconfigure the driving lanes on the bridge to help with active transportation, or how does that work?
Not at this time, but it's certainly something that we could look at. It is a little bit outside of the scope because there are bridges that are adjacent to it crossing the canal. Yeah, it's a good point, and it's something that I've been considering primarily based on the Confederation Bridge replacement, that we need to look at that at some point. So maybe this is a timely conversation to look at it while we do the design for those two structures and see if there can be some change in the lane configuration. I see it as, you know, we would remove the lanes, the road markings that are there and reconfigure it a little bit different. So not a huge scope of work, but now might be the right time to do it as part of this assignment.
Great. And last question, just to confirm, the lighting that'll be proposed will match the Beckwith Street style?
It'll match the lighting that's currently across the bridge right now. Like like it won't be a full replacement of the lights to match the downtown core. It'll be an upgrade of lighting to match what's already been replaced on the two structures that were done previously, if that makes sense. Just so we have continuity of lighting from one end of the bridge to the other.
Okay.
Yeah.
So those were completed, I guess, before Beckwith?
Yeah.
Okay. Is it not better to replace them if we
They're
don't
still,
replace them now, or?
Yeah, sorry. There's still LED fixtures. Those heads were changed back when the town went through that retrofit LED previously. But I think what you're talking about is the mast arms and the masts themselves, like the poles. Yeah,
like if the poles are being replaced, are we going to be replacing them with the new style, or do we replace them with the old style?
I think we would replace them with the old style. Yeah.
Okay.
Otherwise, we would have to change all of the lights across the bridge from one end to the other.
Okay. I thought we discussed that earlier, but maybe not. But yeah, I think we need to have a conversation on that, because it's one of those things of if we don't do it now, then when the next ones need to be replaced, we'll say, oh, the other ones are the same. You know, when do we start that conversion? But
right. Yeah, certainly
I get
something
the argument
we
for
can
consistency.
look at and further investigate. Like I say, we haven't got into the detailed design yet, so that's something that we could certainly look at. There is an electrical component to the work that needs to be done for these two structures. Because of course, with the new railing system, there's going to have to be ductwork and electrical incorporated into that. So I understand what you're saying. So I'll take that back and I'll check in with TSI on that.
Yeah. Councillor Quinn?
Thank you. You got me thinking when you said that you think the bridge was compromised somewhat with an over heavy load.
Right.
So what do we do to prevent that from happening again? Is there something? Because I mean, trucks have got bigger, loads have got heavier, whatever. So we don't want the same thing happening. Is there a prevention? Is there?
Right. Yeah. So the bridges, the 4 bridges in series there will, I guess that would be a question for the engineers to, not that we would post it with a load rating, but understand what the loading could be across the bridges. And I'm not 100% clear on back in the day. That's just a story I'm getting from my staff back some time ago, there was an oversized load that came through. It did have a permit from, I believe, from MTO for them to cross the bridge. And this was a fairly large structure of some kind that went across the bridge. And perhaps maybe that's why MTO was interested in funding the project as well, because we would have noted all that in our application as well. So going forward, I think we do approve oversized load permits in the Public Works Department. So I think going forward, we want to understand what the load ratings are for the 4 structures in series, so that doesn't happen again.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Great, thanks. Any further questions, comments? All right, so I think you've got your direction. Thanks,
Great,
Paul.
thank you.
So with that, we will continue into our budget discussions. So invite Director Dauber back.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have to apologize to council and to the public. I seem to have woken up with a bit of a cough and some sniffles, so I'll be having some throat lozenges throughout the meeting, and apologize if I have to stop and cough. So we left off last Monday night on slide number 19, and this was around the discussion to do with additional staffing. And just as a reminder, with the additional request from CDC, that was one that was accompanied by some increased funding from the county. And one other piece was that the fire 0.5, that's actually a changeover from a part-time position to a full-time position, but that part-time position had been budgeted at the proper amount of hours. So this is a classification change and doesn't have an actual financial impact on the 2025 budget. Next slide. So the last piece to do with salaries, unless council has any questions, is that I want to make sure that, because it's such a large increase across the board, that we kind of identified some of the various components of it. And that those components are kind of made up of the contract negotiations from police, fire, and QP, as well as the compensation review for the for the non-union portion of that. There's also the COLA increase as a part of the memorandum of understanding for the non-union portion. There was a it was put in for a certain amount of years. I'm trying to remember. I'm sorry, it escaped my mind whether it was 2 or 3 years to go with the COLA increase based on the CPI of Carleton, Ottawa Gatineau from November 1st, 2023 to October 31st, 2024, and then subsequently rolling forward in that 12-month provision into the future.
I can't remember last week. I had a question just on this. Do you want to wait till you're done, or should we do it as you go?
Go ahead and I can answer.
We should do it as
If
the
I may,
slides
Mr.
are
Chair.
there.
The 8% on group benefits, is that the negotiated increase, or would that include any inflation increases?
Yes to both. It would include any sort of negotiated increase. It would include inflationary increase, but there's also an increase based on the history of the claims that have been submitted.
Mm-hmm.
So that's 3 different components that make up that 8%.
So it's 8. Great.
Yeah.
Thank you.
And that was my next point, 8% on the group benefits increase. At this point, as far as the presentation goes, that wraps up the salary portion. Next slide, please. So last week, we also talked about coming back with a little bit more detail, or saying that we had a slide coming up that had more detail on the county shared services. So the information that was provided from the county was a 7% increase in their shared services overall. Land ambulance, as well as Lanark Lodge, there was no change. They've kept it at the 2024 rates. Social services saw a slightly larger increase, as well as childcare, and the Lanark County Housing, is it commission? I'm sorry. Corporation, thank you. And they also some smaller increases. The large increase comes from the social housing. It is based on weighted assessment, but I believe that there was a capital piece or some asset management work that had been done with that piece. It's the information that was provided to me. And I assume that that would be for some new housing being built or some funds being set aside for new housing that will be built in the future.
Certain capital work. Yeah, because if we look just at the weighted assessment, for me, Mr. Chair, sorry, change. I mean, our weighted assessment has not doubled in one calendar year. I don't recall that there was a fair amount of capital work for some of the buildings, but I'm not sure exactly what. There is 20,000 towards an expansion of Bridge House, which was a small portion of that. I'm not sure if that's actually in that version or not.
There was just a side note in the information that was provided by the county that there was a portion that was being put aside towards some future capital work. So the $20,000 would
that's more operational for that.
Okay.
20,000, but I'll check while you're carrying through here.
Okay, thanks. And I'll get some more information to bring back on January 27th to make sure that that information that I received was correct. I'll clarify. Next slide. So on with the capital projects. We've got a summary here of the capital ask. And I know we started the discussion last week about the fact that it is a large capital ask. Just under 22 capital projects in 2025. Originally, we talked about $30 million. And then staff was able to go back and look at the timing of when there was a degree of reasonableness to be able to actually accomplish those projects. So there was a little bit of work that was done to shift some of those projects into 26 and 27. So the 25 portion is just under $22 million, about $9.7 million to be funded from capital reserves. 65% of that from the tax base and 35% of that from the water sewer base. Development charges at 1.7 and just about $1.5 million from our predictable funding, which is the gas tax and the OCIF, as well as just over $1 million for application-based grant funding. And then debt of $7.8 million. Of that just under $22 million, $12 million is water, wastewater. It's about 6.5 is from roads and roads construction. 2.1 million for parks and facilities, and $1 million for combined fire, police, and corporate services. So meaning all others. We have some detail on a line-by-line project basis. This is my first budget with this council, and I certainly have the information to be able to move forward. We've got some staff here that can provide some more details. So I kind of seek how much detail council would like to dive into.
Councilor Brown.
Yeah, that's a new record in my 14 years, $20 million. You can confirm that, Mayor and Councillor Quinn. And I guess in our conversations I've had with you before, and in past years, there was a lot of deferring and going line by line as we used to do, right? And try to, pare things down. Just to be clear, all this is funded through capital reserves, DCs, gas tax, OCF, and debt. So anything we defer here is not going to affect our 9.6 or whatever we're working with, right?
That's correct through the chair. That's correct. Yes.
Be clear with that. My concern would be that we're using 9.6, right? 9.6 in capital reserves, which is pretty hefty. Now, what are the implications of that going forward? Because I think you've got here, are you projecting using 300,000 next year?
That would be correct. I did approach what the effects are going to be on the reserves in a future slide. If you want, we can park this and go to that slide and then come back and give more detail if you would like.
My interest is getting the 9.6 down. Because optically, this is going to be tough to tie. And I'm looking forward to public comment on this. We can go through the. I've got projects marked down to have a question about, and we can do that. But the heart of the matter is for me. Is the tax rate, and how are we going to deal with it? So I just wanted to confirm that, make those comments, and I hope to listen to my colleagues.
Thanks, Councillor Brennan. I've got a follow-up question on that. Reducing the capital budget should in turn reduce financing costs and change how our transfers to capital reserves happen from the operational budget, right? Is there not further savings from those two vehicles?
Not really. So the amount that we have coming from the operational budget to transfer to the capital reserves is really based on precedents that was set with an increase that would match CPI basically going forward. And so at this point, and I'm not sure exactly when in Smith Falls, but a number of municipalities have moved from a funding option where current year's operational dollars went to current year's projects. And a lot of municipalities have moved away from that. And what they've moved into is grant funding, whether it's application-based or predictable, reserves and development charges and then debt as well, not putting in the operational perspective. And the reason is that is a shift based on asset management. Because of the fact that asset management, the plan that's financial plan that's going to be required, looks at what is your capacity to fund the capital projects. So the municipalities moved away from taking the current year operating to the current year capital spend because that's not predictable and you can't do a 10-year finance plan for that. So municipalities have moved into something that's considered more predictable, like what are your yearly contributions to the reserves for water, for wastewater, for the tax-based capital portion? And is it sustainable? Do you have a plan to continue that on? And therefore, what will that look like in 10 years? When you start looking at your actual costs for your 10-year projections of capital spend compared to your 10 years of things like your federal gas tax and your OCIF, you're predictable, not taking into account your application based, but taking into account how much you're going to be transferring over and how much that increases on a yearly basis. And then where are you going to be at the end of that 10 years? And the province wants to see that at some point you're going to be funded and you're still going to have a balance at the end. So that's why most municipalities have moved away from it for provincial reporting through the asset management plan, if that makes sense, hopefully.
Yeah, thanks. C.L. Morris.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. So if I can add to that. So every year we have a contribution that goes into the various reserves. So you're right, we could lower that contribution, but then you won't adequately fund your reserves to pay for the project. So we've come up with a number that we believe with our long-term financial plan, with our asset management plan, with our water plan, meets the ongoing needs. So what Mr. Dauber's taking us down, the road we want to go down is multi-year capital forecasting so that we can predict with some certainty what the balances will be in each of those reserves at year end for subsequent years. So we do have a slide later on that was mentioned that will give you a glimpse into what that looks like. But you can lower that contribution to lower the tax rate impact, but you'll be starving your reserves in the future. So the way to feed them is to lower the amount you're spending. But we have an infrastructure backlog and an asset management backlog, so I wouldn't recommend doing that. So, so perhaps we could talk at some point tonight about what the future of those reserve balances look like, and that'll lead, I think, logically to how much we should be putting in. The combined, it's about 3 million, just north of 3 million between tax, water, and wastewater.
Yes.
Correct. So we think that's kind of the sweet spot to keep those reserves in a positive position in future years. The unknown in that equation is what we get for application-based grants. So we can't predict that. But typically the approach is that for any grant that we get, we don't mess with the contribution to reserve. We lower the debt, the amount that's debt financed, which makes sense. If you get money coming in, you don't take out debt to pay for that. That tends to work, I think, reasonably well for the town of Smith Falls. But I think what's important is understanding what's coming. And it's not a bad thing necessarily to be in a negative position, as long as you have a plan to get out of that negative position in each of those reserves. And what we've mapped out is maybe a cautionary tale that we are looking at some negative positions in 2027, I believe. So for that reason alone, I would recommend against lowering the transfer to capital.
Councillor McKenna.
Just while we're at this high level still, to Councillor Brennan's point about this being, and I see an exceptional year for capital, unprecedented, but we only build a water tower every 100 years. And that, for me, is what drove the bulk of this. It's not a surprise. We've always known, and this is the year we're going to be paying the bulk of it. So it's an exceptional year, and we have a police budget, quite exceptional circumstances. And when we get to how we're going to pay for it, we do have that mitigation funding around rate relief and things that we can consider. But unless we don't do the water tower and the police budget, we're looking at, I'm saying I understand and support the expenditures. How we pay for it, we're going to have to talk about debt relief on the tax relief or wherever. So it's a tough, exceptional year, I'd say.
Yeah, thank you. And I guess just to build on CEO Morris's comment, I mean, I think it's what, 1.8 million of levy going towards capital levies this year.
That's for the tax
revenue.
base, for the
Yeah,
tax
tax
base capital,
important.
yeah.
I mean, if we did none of that, we would knock our increase down to next to nothing. But we're also doing nothing other than water tower and main trunk line upgrades and maybe George Street. But that's the reality is when there's a lot of work to do, we have to, I guess, trying to find that balance between work we need done and want done. At the same time, as Councillor Brennan said, you can't keep kicking things down the road or you create bigger issues in the future. But I just wanted to mention to the counties, our shared service agreement, there is 1.8 million capital work going into 24 Burke and 46 Bell in Smith Falls, social housing owned by the county, for heating, energy, and accessibility improvements. So that may play a role in the bigger jump in our housing levy this year than past. But they'll have a long-term benefit in operational savings.
Thank you. So again, I'd like to bring it back to council. We have the managers and directors here who are ready to speak to those projects. Would council prefer just a quick high-level kind of run through them or to hear from the actual directors and managers themselves for a sentence or two, just to give a high level and to be available to answer questions?
Give them all a chance, I would say. Put them on the spot.
Okay. Well, then we'd be starting with police and fire. Now, our police chief is unable to make it due to the police chief is unable to do it, make it due to prior commitments. So I'll speak to the projects themselves. So for and I know fire comes first, but if you don't mind, I'll just
Director Daubert.
I'll just speak to it.
We're just going to take the,
Oh, I'm sorry.
if you're going to be speaking to the police end of things, I think I should probably declare conflict.
Sorry, I forgot.
All right, because my daughter-in-law is the chief. So if you're going to do that, I will leave.
Councillor Morris.
Mr. Chair, if there are, the police budget's, capital budget's fairly straightforward. If there are no specific questions, I'm not sure we need to run through them. If there are questions, absolutely. But it's fairly self-explanatory.
Councillor Brennan?
Yeah, I agree. And maybe just do that because some of this, we've all read through them. So rather than, I want to put you on the spot, but you come up and then we can ask questions, whatever project we're thinking of, rather than you going through each one, which is not necessary. Right? Right.
Yeah, it's just either way, we've got to do it department
section by
section, right?
Yeah.
So I guess if there's no appetite for debate on the police capital budget, then there's no reason to go into it any further. Mayor Panko?
Well, the only thing I'll add on behalf of the Police Service Board, the service has applied for grant funding that would support the automatic license plate readers. So there is some funding which may ultimately offset this, but for the moment, and that is to, I'll quickly go through it. We need to replace vehicles every now and then. That's number one. Number two, we have vehicles that don't have the automatic license plate readers on it now. We want to make sure that they're on all the vehicles. And then 911, just minor upgrades there. Ballistic helmets is something the new act requires the service to have. And CAD mapping is an upgrade to the program, which part of it is necessary for the expansion of our community and areas of town, ensuring that are on the CAD programs. When in-car vehicles are heading to a call, they know exactly where they're going. That's it really for police capital.
Any further questions?
Okay, so I'll invite the fire chief up to answer any questions you have.
No questions, that's perfect.
Okay, sure.
Mayor Panko?
I'll start. I guess a couple things. One, let's start with, I guess, the CAD upgrades. So you explain from a fire standpoint why that's necessary for 2025.
So the CAD that we currently have is back 4 different uploads. It's an older system. We had put in money previously for that into a reserve to bring forward. This is an addition to exactly what's in the reserve now. We have contacted Bell. Bell has provided a direction on what needs to be done so that we're compliant with the Next Generation 911 and that our CAD system is reliable. Right now, it's not reliable. There's been no upgrades to it, and as I presented to council for the last 3 or 4 years, the reason we're holding off on any upgrades is pending the Next Generation 911. We didn't want to jump ahead, put something in, then come back and say we need another 100,000 or 120,000 to make the system viable and compatible with Next Generation 911.
If I may, Mr. Chair, the second one, I guess, I'd like to further insight is a tanker replacement. I know it's not planned for this year, but you're suggesting or recommending we put 200,000 in this year's budget and then another 600,000 next year to pay for it. And I've struggled with this. I know it's been on simmering in the background for a while. With our automatic aid agreement with Rideau Lakes, presumably ending the end of 2025, I appreciate we have a few areas in town which don't have direct or quick access to a hydrant where a tanker may be required. And I understand there's times where a tanker here would be important for mutual aid, but it's an $800,000 investment. We have a tanker now, which I understand is end of life, but really has not had an extensive amount of use on it. And I also fear that a new tanker may not fit in the fire hall in the arrangement we have right now with the current tanker and rescue back to back. So I have some reluctance with this and just like, I guess, some understanding and explanation.
There's, and thank you for the question through the chair. This tanker has been on the books for a number of years. It's an emergency piece of equipment. It's now 31 years old. Fire underwriters will only certify a vehicle, a tanker, up to 20 years old. So we've been operating a vehicle for 11 years that is deemed by fire underwriters to be an increase in the liability. The automatic aid agreement we have with Rideau Lakes, although that will discontinue, the mutual aid agreement that we weren't aware of was in place until we read the article in the paper, was brought in 2017. So we have a mutual aid agreement with Rideau Lakes. We have a mutual aid agreement with all of Lanark County, and we still maintain the automatic aid agreement with Drummond North Elmsley. Again, this is a vehicle that will last 20-25 years. It's been in place for 31 years now. The municipal amount that was involved with this was $35,000. It was jointly purchased with input from Rideau Lakes of $35,000. It was a used lumber truck when it was purchased. And so there's been a very small investment over the last 31 years in an emergency piece of equipment. We have a number of areas throughout town that have low water volume, red colored hydrants. We have a number of areas within the town that do not have hydrants, period. Thirdly, this is a backup for the pumper when the pumper goes out of service or the pumper needs to be serviced or it's an annual inspection. This is a backup for it. The vehicle comes equipped with the identical pump that the pumper would have on it, instead of taking a $3.5 million aerial out to a call. So there's a number of valued pieces with the purchase of this. And again, this is over a 20-25 year period. Again, yes, they're not cheap, but unfortunately that's the cost of a piece of emergency equipment. It's a valued piece of equipment. If it's used once and has an impact with reducing a fire loss or the loss of a life or protecting the firefighters who drive it, it's money well spent.
Thank you. Thanks, Mayor Penko. Do we have any other questions on the tanker? I've got some questions on it. I'm trying to understand I just find for these big purchases, a couple lines in the table isn't enough to understand the value for it. What's the advantage of us having this versus signing an agreement with a neighboring department to provide that service? What's the, I don't understand how the mutual aid versus the response works. For that big of a spend, I don't, are there other options that we can use to rely on our neighbors?
Well, it's the level of service that the town expects. It's the level of service that the council agrees to. If we want to rely on equipment from other jurisdictions for initial responses, then they're going to be subject to the time delay, and they're going to be subject to the increased potential loss. Having that piece of equipment in town provides a level of protection that both the residents currently have, and that's something that hasn't been done in 31 years. When we look at other pieces of equipment that are being looked at, we're comparing that to a piece of emergency equipment. This piece of equipment, through its longevity at 20 or 25 years, when we break that down, yes, the initial cost is expensive. But if you're getting 31 years or 25 years out of a piece of equipment, the value of that equipment is, you can't state it all for a single year purchase. And again, this is a vehicle that has been discussed for the last 4 years. Had money been put in 4 years ago, percentage each year, and we're offsetting a portion of that cost through the development charge because of the difference in the increase in the technology of the vehicle, we're not paying the full $800,000. And again, this is spanned over 2, possibly 3 years. If this was approved and the cabin chassis was tendered for in 2025, the body tendered at the end of 25, you'd be looking at 26 or 27 before you physically took delivery of that vehicle. And again, this is a long-range plan that had been put in place 5 years ago, 6 years ago when I started looking at the replacement of the vehicles.
Thanks. Mark Penko.
Yes, sir, Chief. Just back to the question regarding the size of the truck. Would it fit in the existing fire hall, or do we need to make renovations to accommodate it?
There would be a requirement for renovations, whether that's extending the current bay to match the extension of the building going in, but there would be a renovation required.
Do you have an idea of the cost?
I do not.
Perhaps we can get that before this comes back in January.
Absolutely.
Councillor McKenna.
I remember this discussion ongoing for a number of years and it being put off, so I'm I'm supportive of leaving that emergency piece of equipment in for our community and our neighbors.
I'm seeing nodding heads for that. I guess for me personally, to be more confident with it and be able to defend it in the municipality, I don't know how many calls it goes to in a year or over its lifespan. I don't know if there's revenue associated with those calls. I don't know. I really don't know what the business case is, right? So I get that you do this every day and it's really clear when you're running it, but we need to communicate that to council and the public.
So I can certainly provide some insight into that. If we want to go back to 2018, we responded 73 times in Rideau Lakes. In 2019, we responded 67 times in Rideau Lakes. Over the last 4 years, we've been consistent at 50 calls per year, just Rideau Lakes. This year, we're at 58 calls in Rideau Lakes. So the vehicle does check out quite a number of times. When we're in an automatic aid agreement and that pumper goes to Rideau Lakes, you're relying on a $3 million aerial apparatus to do the calls in town, where this would be supported by a tanker that has the same equipment with regards to a pump, hose, ladders that would respond in town. The annual cost that we've received over the last 5 years, 6 years, I should say, when I started, we started at $67,000 per year in 2018 with Rideau Lakes. The invoice that went out last week comes in at $81,588. The cost of our operation going in there has not even remotely come close to $81,000 for the year. If we take the wear and tear on the current pumper, we take a look at the staffing costs, we've been compensated very well for the response into Rideau Lakes. On top of that, we're receiving $12,000 from an invoice this year sent out to Drummond North Elmsley. So in total, we're bringing in $93,000 just in 2 automatic aid agreements. We will revert back to a mutual aid agreement. That's a reciprocal agreement where there's no exchange of money. So over the course of and I certainly can't speak to 2005 when we entered into this agreement, there's been a substantial revenue generation from the automatic aid agreements that would have more than paid for 5 tankers to be replaced in town.
Okay, any other questions on fire line items? Okay, I'll keep asking questions. Drone purchase, is that, I don't understand that one.
A drone purchase is for firefighter safety. It's going to allow us to determine the location of the fire upon arrival. We can monitor the firefighters going in. We can take a look and determine whether the fire is located in the basement, the second floor, the first floor. We can monitor the firefighters all the time they're in there. We can also take a look at the impact on the structure, whether there's going to be a structural collapse. It's 100% fire safety and for accountability of the firefighters. And that was put down under the development charge fund, so there's no impact on the taxes.
Good. Just to continue the line, how many of these drones exist in the county and what's the advantage? Like, why do we need one in our fire hall versus using somebody else's?
0 in the county that I'm aware of. And the advantage of this for our firefighters is to be able to monitor, watch, and determine where the fire is going. We can also locate victims in there. God forbid that a firefighter went down. Not only do we have the alarms, but this shows it crystal clear. I'd plan on bringing on a memory stick tonight just to show you how crystal clear you can actually see, the toe cap on the firefighter's boot. It's that detailed. It can tell you the temperature inside the building. It can tell you exactly where any victims are. It can tell you where every single firefighter is at all times.
So seeing no other questions on that one. Last one for me is the replacement of the filling machine. What's it mean that it's uncertified and how does that work?
When that filling machine was acquired, to my knowledge, there was no third-party certification of that unit. It's been tested annually. But again, this year when we brought them in, he said it's an uncertified unit. There again, if something goes wrong with that unit, you've been made aware that the liability's increased. So getting away from something that is third-party certified and given the age of the unit, And we're also charging for the other departments when they bring bottles here. So it's not bringing it in for free as it was 4 years ago or 3 years ago. It's actually generating revenue when the other departments bring their bottles in.
Last call for fire questions. Mark Panko?
No one else is yet, I guess. Just the SCBA washer, the diesel extractor.
Through the chair, your worship, these have been put forth through the Cancer Prevention Provincial Grant application. If we're successful, they will be acquired. If we're not successful, they're not acquired. So that's where we can take a whole breathing apparatus, stick it in, totally cleanse it, does the mask, which is currently being done by hand, sanitizes it, and then we have a detailed documentation of that it being cleaned and certified to the cleaning standard. The diesel extraction diesel emissions extractor is in the building, so every time a truck starts up, it's hooked to the side of the truck via a magnet. It rolls on a track. As the truck pulls out, it disconnects and goes. So it totally removes any diesel emission that's currently in that truck bay, which travels into the training room, travels into the dispatch room. But these are all put forth in the Cancer Prevention Grant Funding application.
Okay, so the 230 will be our share if we're...
No, this is 100% coverage for these items that are contained there. There's no cost to the municipality. If we receive the grants, there's no cost to the municipality. It's 100% grant covered.
So if I may, the funding is right on the right-hand side. You see it starts with the capital and moves over to the grant on the right.
Okay, thank you.
Let's call for fire questions. Great. All right. Thank you, Chief.
I'll just imagine
Rex?
there's a question for you.
I do. I don't know about
No. Good evening, everyone. How can I help you?
I think let's
Find some money.
Rick will save your life, but we bring the joy.
with the longer list, let's maybe go down. I don't want to be jumping all over the place. It'll be hard to keep track of stuff. So, accessibility signage, splash pad repair, aluminum bleachers. Councilor Brennan.
On the splash pads, what are they?
Great
Is it gonna be
question.
a new base?
So through there's the pile that we could do. The major concern that we have right now is actually that a section of the splash pad has fallen, which is causing drainage issues. So what we'd like to do is really just raise that up. It's if you imagine a plate is tipped over and all the liquid is dripping out, that's the bare minimum we think we can do. We'd like to try to stretch it with the dollars that we have, hopefully, to do more and to replace some of the features that are there, but we're not sure that we're able to do that. Primarily, we're trying to make sure that the bowl, so to speak, is level, and so we're not going to run into drainage issues, which we encountered significantly.
Yeah, through the chair, is there any contemplation of doing something with the base of the splash pad? I know that when Councilor Robinson and I were at FCM, we went to one of the booths that I think we shared it with you. There's some sort of a rubberized base you could put down on these things to make them less slippery.
We certainly could. I would have to go back and get some pricing on that, but it would be significantly more than I think this. But
Okay.
this isn't, the intention is that the splash pad's actually in reasonably good condition. It does need quite a bit of TLC. It hasn't had much, if any, over the last 20 years. So I think we can keep it going. The eventual question we're going to run into is, do we want to just have, do we want to look at when it is time to replace the pumps and so on, do we want to have a recirculating splash pad versus one that just goes into the drain because we're putting treated water into the drain? So that'll be the primary question at that point in time when we lift up some of the features. That would probably be the best time to do the.
It does need some refreshing, but
I'll
leave it to you to do that.
Okay.
Any other splash pad questions?
Actually,
Councilor Robinson?
comment. I believe I did give you the information regarding.
Yes. And they're very nice and very expensive.
I figured that, but
Yeah.
I just wanted to make sure that I had given it to you.
Yeah, you did.
Okay, thanks.
All right. So aluminum bleachers. I've got a question on this of, is it necessary for 2025? just, I see we're making big investments in that area with the new parking lot, and maybe this is something that can be deferred.
Yeah, it could be deferred. It could be deferred. It's a nice to have, particularly given that we have Old Home Week coming up. But it's also a significant investment, and it could be deferred. It's not an absolute must, but it is a request. We've had a number of members of the public, but also internally, it would be nice if we could have some good seating, bleachers, movable bleachers that are a little bit easier to move. And if we could have that through our parks, that would be great. But it's also just that's a wish.
Councillor Miller.
I think there's other things I'd rather see deferred, just given the Old Home Week piece.
Okay. Any other questions, comments on that? Sport field lighting, walkway upgrades, park groomer, goose hazing.
The groomer.
Sorry, what was that?
The groomer.
So that is it's actually it's like a big rake, comes along, you put it onto the tractor or to the lawnmower and you pull it behind, and it'll just help us get even more cleaning up of the parks. So if the goose hazing isn't totally successful, we had really great success with it this year, but obviously there were geese that were nesting on Parks Canada land and coming down and were defecating all over our park. So it would be a significant assistance if we could do that, but it also picks up trees, leaves, twigs, all that kind of stuff too. Just help us amp up the quality of the park and not have to rake it, because our guys are out there actually when we're cleaning up goose poop in particular, they're raking it, and that takes a lot of time. So this would automate that process.
And it works on grass. It's also work on in sand at Murphy Park.
The sand, I don't think the angle that we could get at, because it's like that wouldn't work. And as far as I know, it doesn't work on the sand, but it's built for paddocks and turfs like that. So it works here on this kind of thing.
A very modest cost, but it adds a lot of value.
Yeah, especially in terms of staff time. Yeah, it's just automating it makes it so much easier. So.
And the next one, I guess, is just while you're at it, I guess, the goose hazing, since we're sort of on the topic. Tell us how effective it was this year and any changes that are proposed for next year.
So it was fairly successful. The report that I was looking at from the person who was doing the hazing actually indicated that there was no nesting and no eggs for the first time on any of the town land, town recreational property adjacent to the canal. They did, from what we see, have nests all over Parks Canada land. And so of course, we don't have passport control for geese, so they just come on south or towards Centennial Park. So we did have to deal with that. You cannot haze geese when the flight feathers aren't in. So we had several, I think it was 6 weeks where we couldn't chase them off. As soon as we were able to, we found an improvement in the park. So I have reached out to Parks Canada. We did a goose management plan. We've shared that with Parks Canada. We're in conversation with them actually, hopefully this week to discuss it. They're keen to potentially participate to see what it looks like. We need their participation because as the owner of the land, we have to have them sign off on if we want to have them their land involved. But I think if we can tackle their spot by the lock on the other side of Abbott and Duck Island, I think we'd see a greater success this year as well. Geese are also habitual, so they'll come back and nest in the same place they did last year. So the ones that didn't nest here, they'll go back to where they were nesting elsewhere. So
far more effective if Parks Canada enables it.
Yeah.
Same treatment on their properties.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Miller.
Just going back to the park groomer, the word Hillcrest is in there, which I assume is referring to the cemetery.
Yes.
And also there's a cemetery software in here. Am I right in remembering that there's a reserve fund for the cemetery, and are we allowed to use it for any of these things?
I don't think
No, there's a certain portion of what we collect for plot sales, a certain percentage, but that goes to buying land, specifically for land. What we can use, is that fund. When it makes interest, we're able to use whatever interest is available to be able to put into the cemetery. But that portion that's put aside in the fund, we can't touch it.
All right. Bellamy Farms Playground. Councillor Miller.
So we've done some great work on playgrounds, and we have a big dream of what we want to do. Is this something that can be deferred by a year if we're looking to kind of reduce expenses? I'm looking at Lower Reach Park is going to be a big one. Are there opportunities to do some of this work over multiple years?
Yes, so Bellamy Farms is actually, it's a two-pronged approach at this point. They did the design for the playground and the trail. We've taken the trail section out because it's a significantly higher cost. This is for the phase 3. I'd have to confirm with Carl that this is acceptable to defer, but sorry, Bellamy Farm to phase 2, right? Phase 2. So we could look at deferring it. My preference would be to keep this in. We've got some good momentum and we've got a good design, and so it would be nice to be able to make it happen this year. But if that's on the chopping block, then okay. I'm willing to play ball.
Something has to be maybe, so.
Councillor McKenna?
Well, I'll just wait till we get to the end to see how well we do, but I wouldn't mind coming back to that one.
Yeah.
Any other comments on the play structure? Outdoor infrastructure, garbage cans, bike racks, etc. Councillor Robinson?
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Is this for all of the parks, or just like one I'm thinking of is Lombard and Abbott Street, for example. You've got the tables in there now, but I did notice over the course of the summer that people that were using the tables had nowhere to put their garbage, and there was garbage all over the place.
Yeah.
So like I see it's in there. So you're looking at both bike racks and garbage containers, etc.
Yeah. So what we're trying to do is also swap out the ones that are out of, for lack of a better way to put it, ugly. I'm just thinking along Evergreen Avenue, ones that are outdated beyond the end of life, and also make it easier for people to put inappropriate trash, so household garbage in, because the mouth is so wide. So we're trying to bring some consistency to the design. We're trying to make sure that there's some as many places as we can that aren't just the barrels as well. We're looking for some more permanent infrastructure.
Thanks. My concern on this one is that there's a lot of items listed here, and the number isn't very high. And we've made a conscious effort over past years to invest in a similar style of equipment, of this kind of equipment, so that we have consistency of design from the downtown into the parks. And the picnic table that's been installed at Lombard Abbott green space doesn't match that, and it just adds this one more style into the mix. And I think it just really takes away from that cohesive experience we're trying to create in Smith Falls. So I'm worried that we are buying cheaper stuff that might not last as long in order to get more done, but it's just going to create, it's just going to lessen the user experience. What style or what are we proposing here?
So the style that we have downtown is not possible they don't have picnic tables. A similar style is $4,000 per table, and they're not accessible. So we would be looking at a significant reduction in what we can get if we're looking at some of the higher end styles. And by significant, I mean they're $4,000 a picnic table. So it's a lot of money. Whereas we're getting the other ones that are accessible for less than $1,000, and they are durable and they have good ratings. And so I think I'm not concerned about the longevity. Yes, I understand your comment about the different types of styles, but the longevity is not in question.
So what is our plan for having that cohesive style on Smith Falls properties?
Do you want something drafted out? Is that, because I know we've talked about this before, because I can certainly give you something in writing. I think when we look at, we're not just looking for the finest, cheapest, we're looking for something that fits. We're looking for something that meets the needs around accessibility, and we're looking for something that's also allows us to have high impact without a lot of cost. And so the picnic tables that we have right now, we're going to continue hopefully to install those particular ones in different parks, but this is not going to be taking up all of the stock. We still have lots of wooden picnic tables that we're going to be turning over as well. So it's one of the options. But
Councillor Robinson.
Thanks. The ones that were installed on Lombard and Abbott, they're the same as the ones you put in at Murphy Park, right?
Yeah.
And they were well used, and they kind of meet the needs because they are accessible. So I mean, that's one park and then a small park.
Yeah.
It's kind of consistent. Like you got to start somewhere.
And they're hard to graffiti. And they're hard to,
Yeah,
and they're hard to burn, right?
You can't throw them into the
Yeah.
canal.
Councillor McKenna?
Just to finish this off, if we had a weighted checklist, you know, accessibility is right up there, durability. And then on that list is Councillor McGuire's, you know, does this fit or doesn't it? But the weighting, for me, I would weight accessibility, durability. Is it in the right place? And then as we get down, does it match, or is it the same color? And does it match your design? But it's on my list, but it's not as high as the other factor. And affordability, of course.
And just one final comment, anything that we do is within the branding guidelines. So the blue that we have picked is within the branding guidelines that we do have. So we're not going to get like as much as I might like a hot pink, I don't think that's going to fly. So.
Councillor Miller?
And I think the Lombard and Abbott, probably why Councillor McGuire's bringing it up is it's right there in your face, right? Like it's the first thing you see at that very busy intersection. And I think once the trees grow and that fills in, it'll be more attractive. But I think it's good to keep the design guidelines in mind and try and be cohesive.
Do we have design guidelines?
For branding, yeah.
But not for
Not so far. I mean, no, not so far as I know. I haven't seen any.
CO Mars?
Yeah, I think this is a good discussion. I think it goes back to our procurement processes as well, because if we constantly switch vendors, we're going to get a different look and feel of a product. So we are redrafting the procurement bylaw, the policy, and we'll make provisions for long-term suppliers. So if we can enter a supply agreement with a particular vendor, we're going to get consistency in that product. So the point's well taken. I think we can address it largely through our procurement practices. And of course, we'll define up front what we're looking for in terms of those 5 or 6 features and elements. But I think it comes down to not shopping around for the best price every year. If we're going to be consistent in look, we need to be consistent in suppliers. So we will do just that.
Clear consensus on direction there, CO Morrison, Director Clark. Good, great. Picnic shelters, Alexander Park. Performance stage at Lower Reach is a design fee this year, I'm guessing?
To help remove the trailer stage and also hopefully to get a design, yes.
One of the things I'm the most excited about is a parking lot for Lower Reach. Councillor Brennan.
So this, I think, was on last year.
Yeah, last year and the year before.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So that's to pave the parking lot.
It's
right?
to, I'm actually not aware of what it was originally put on for, but so my hope is that we can actually build out a parking lot based on, so we're getting the Lower Reach redesign should be early in January. And so hopefully they'll give us where the actual parking lot should be, which will come to you guys as well. And so probably a relocation of it, but yes, hopefully paving it.
So, well, yeah, that's good. So is that doable next year, given the fact that you're waiting on a design for the whole park and possibly that parking lot will not be where it is now?
I believe yes. We anticipate a design, or we anticipate that we'll get direction on where the parking lot will be in early January. And so then we can move on it right away. That's the hope.
So, but that would be in conjunction with the whole redesign of the park, potentially.
Yeah. There's some immovable features though. And so sorry to interrupt. What we're looking at is the immovable features around the splash pad, anything that's capped, and we've got a fairly straightforward access already based on the old road. And so they're trying to look at designing it around that particular area. So we think that it'll be in that general vicinity.
So you're saying chances are the parking lot won't move.
It will likely move, but closer to the building.
And so 750 is going to do that, moving the parking lot and paving it.
This is what I'm hoping. Yes.
You know,
This is what I'm not going to promise, but I'm hoping.
And our friends at Parks Canada on understanding the archaeology.
So because it's lower reach, what we're looking at is actually having the parking lot over the dump, because then we don't have to worry about archaeology. I mean, if you want to go and figure out what's in the dump, you're more than welcome to, but we want to make sure part of the rationale is actually twofold. The first is that the prettiest spot in the park is right adjacent to the water, and so we want to ensure that that's not a parking spot. Second is that if we bring it onto town property, which is where the dump was, we don't need to worry about archaeological assessment and that sort of thing.
Thank you.
Great. So that sums up our parks section. Any overall comments, questions on the parks bucket?
Just happy to see the shelter in Alexandria, climate change, those sons, having a place to get in for kids, shade it's great.
Okay, go.
Again, just knowing we're trying to find some ways of reducing the budget. There would be a possibility of relocating and reconstructing the parking lot to the gravel surface and then paving it in 2026.
Yep.
And what would the breakdown and cost be roughly? Do you know?
I'd have to follow up, but I can certainly get that information. Yeah.
Okay.
I've got one. Oh, Councillor McKenna.
Do we want to go back to the bleachers, or was it the bleachers we said we won't come back? Play structure. Yeah, so again, if you work some magic on the mayor's suggestion around splitting those costs, then I'm okay with the play structure. If you can't do that, then I would be willing to move that one. One or the other.
That works for me.
Okay, I'm seeing nodding heads for that. There's consensus.
Good idea.
Yeah.
Okay, great.
Yeah.
I've got one question. So we've got $10,000 into walkway upgrades, but my understanding is that's not to improve the accessibility of the trail network. And there's nothing in the 3-year window here to improve the accessibility of the trail network with lighting and hard surface. Is there, the accessibility committee brings that up a lot. What's the vision there for that if it's not in the 3-year projection?
So this isn't a comprehensive 3-year projection. This is sort of what we threw everything at the wall, and then we decided to divide out where we thought we could defer. These are sort of the more immediate things. That is something that's coming, but that's actually more starting with lower reach. Hopefully it'll come out of that. So within the next 2026 budget, you'll see probably a 3-year projection around that. So yeah, it's in there. It's on the radar.
Thanks. More questions for parks? No? All right, so we'll move to the next page, which is facilities. Furnaces is 2027. Furnace at Kinsman Building. Any questions? I've got a question just on how do we rent that facility? Is there revenue generation from it, or how does that work?
I believe we get about $1 a year, and there is a lease currently that is for another, I think, till 2030. It's a 15-year lease that was signed a number of years ago. So when it is up for renegotiation, we will renegotiate as needed.
So there's no opportunity for cost sharing with the Kinsman, or?
Not within the context of the lease.
Okay. So that would be another facility that's owned by the town and paid for by the town. We're subsidizing. Ice surfacer, 190,000. Councillor Miller.
Thank you. I think we're waiting on a report on the youth arena and wondering when that would be coming.
So we're hoping January. It is unrelated to the ice resurfacer. So regardless of whether if we have no pads, we don't need an ice resurfacer, but if we have one pad.
Okay.
And the 190 is reflective of, we'd like to move to electric. We think that's the way to go. So that would be, it's a little bit more cost heavy, but it does have propane savings over time.
so I know I'm jumping ahead, but just on the youth arena theme then, the condenser, will we need this regardless if we turn it into something completely non-ice related?
No, and actually that should say the chiller. The condenser is needed too, but the chiller is more, it's about the same amount of money, but the chiller is actually more concerning. The chiller is coming to end of life fairly soon. If a condenser goes down, your catastrophic loss is loss of ice. If your chiller goes down, you have an ammonia problem, which is terrifying for me and I think for the town. So we want to make sure if you're going to run a rink, you got to do it safely. So unfortunately, the timing is not ideal. Because we're coming to end of life for the chiller, we would look at probably putting a used one in. You can buy really good refurbished used ones. They're about this cost. They have about a 20-year lifespan, but we could also potentially sell it or whatever. It is specifically purpose-built for the size of the plant that we would have currently. So if we upsize the plant in any way or downsize or changed it, moving forward, it would be obsolete. But there are other people out there that are looking for them. So it could be a resaleable item.
Thank you.
Okay, so no other questions on the ice resurfacer? Tables and chairs, town hall complex roof and cupola. Rebecca?
Sure. Can you bring us up to date on the current condition, remaining lifespan on the current roof and the plan?
So we, someone casually mentioned to me in a conversation that we should have, and I quote, repaired that roof a number of years ago. And so I said we should probably do an investigation. I looked into our building condition assessments and the BCA indicated we needed to get a roof assessment. So we did have one done for both sides of this facility. The middle of the roof, the middle roof is fine, but both this side and the other side are struggling quite a bit. There is some suggestion that we need replacement for both. So that there's implication within the heritage bylaw. The return deeds, recess deeds, return deeds, I can't remember what they're called. I'm looking at you, Chris, because you're Captain Heritage. So the eaves are part of the heritage bylaw. And so we would want to make sure that we need to put them back the way that they look right now. So we'd be looking at restoring, not just repairing.
So that is both roofs.
So we're hoping this roof here is, we're hoping we can get by with a bit of repair. We don't need a full replacement. The recommendation we have right now is full replacement on the other side. But we are trying to do a bit more investigation to see if we can get away with 90% repair as opposed to an absolute replacement. But it's a fairly significant portion of it anyway.
And that price, I assume, is asphalt shingles?
Yes.
So I guess it's every price deal.
We have not priced steel. One of the concerns with steel is the way that the rooftop units are. So we haven't talked about this, but where the rooftop units are sitting, we'd have to do some reconfiguration, and there, of course, that would increase the cost because of the way that the snow load is and where it would end up. So we'd have to look at probably reconfiguring a number of things. We had Ron, the maintenance lead hand, was up taking a look at it the other day. His recommendation is to go with asphalt shingles versus metal, just because of that. But I know that there's obviously some other implications in terms of lifespan and all of those other types of things, climate, etc. And the individual that suggested that we look at the roof as a full-scale replacement, they also talked about the snow load being of particular concern and where the rooftop units were as well. So unfortunately, it's not as straightforward as taking it off and putting it back on.
Sure.
So. But we do have photos of what the original bell tower was. And so if that cupola may no longer be a Pigeon Hotel, we could update it to the old style. So back to original.
Thank you.
I think for me, I support the number here because whether we do it this year or next year to have that money, it needs to be done. But I think a lot more discussion definitely needs to go into the business case and how it's going to be done and all of that. Any other final questions before we go to the next row? Furnace replacement at the town hall complex. Visitor service. Yep.
Is that a like for like?
No.
No.
No. It's a it's a piece of equipment that hasn't been serviced in 27 years, and so it's at end of life. So we'd like to swap it out for something that fits more with what the other specs are. Could I tell you what those are off the cuff? No, but no.
It's natural gas now, or would we consider a heat pump?
Yeah, we could consider a heat pump.
Yeah, and I think our climate protection working group will be coming forward with proposed, I guess, policy and a plan, climate lens to the decisions we make. So I think it'll be proactive for us to, when we're making those decisions now, to at least consider that and bring those options to council maybe, and we can make the decision whether if one's a little bit more, but it's longevity is better, the climate is more climate friendly, and frankly with the effect of the carbon tax on natural gas, as time goes by, electricity becomes more and more equitable. So I'd like to have that option for any type of replacement we're doing.
Right. So then I'm thinking for the furnace at the Kinsman as well. You'd like to price that out? Okay.
All right. Visitor services upgrades to Victoria Park. Sorry, Councillor Robinson.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. What's that going to involve? Because it's my understanding that building is in dire need of a lot of repairs.
Yes.
Would $25,000 cover that?
The intention is to start and do it over time. So the three sort of primary pieces are the roof, which is in pretty rough shape, and then the bathrooms over the next couple of years. So tackling the key pieces. We've talked to the chamber. Leslie's been really good at working with us to tell us our sort of primary targets and see what we can come up with. And so this is considering that we do some of the work in-house, because we do have some of that capacity now.
It's the dream of municipal councillors to look at all these roofs, including the Railway Museum, and bundle them and go out and get a great deal on all of these roofs together. I guess that's a fantasy, is it? Or
not necessarily. It'd be really nice if we could get a really good bulk price.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, and we could, when we write the tender, we could certainly look at that. Yeah.
All right. Rooftop unit replacement of the fire hall. What is it?
Same thing.
Same as the furnaces to. Okay. No other. Sorry, I'm losing my spot here. Water infrastructure, new well.
To be clear, it's not for potable water. I wouldn't drink water at a graveyard. Just an idea, not well water, but it is. We're spending about $7,500 a year repairing the pump, and their suggestion is that we just get a new well so that we don't have to keep taking it down.
just, I don't know if I should share this. I have drank the water out of the well at Hillcrest Cemetery.
Okay.
Well, and I'm here.
You're still here.
It's a long story, but
yeah, it's closer to the road anyway. It's fine.
We discussed the chiller previously listed as a condenser. Is it any more questions on that one? The air handling unit at the Memorial Center
needs replacement.
What is that piece of the?
One side of our facility doesn't have the capacity to be air balanced, and so it's 45 degrees inside sometimes, and that's not.
That's where the temperature differential is coming from.
Some of it.
This just, through you, Mr. Chair, this just reinforces that long-term asset management planning, where, because it's a relatively new arena, and we're replacing, which is, I guess that is the shelf life. But in next year when we won't maybe have this specificity, but we'll know that, the arena's going to last 50 years, but there's pieces and ongoing costing, and this would have been showed up. So we're just going to get better at this going forward.
And just before I pass to Paul, but one of the things that we're really getting a handle on is better understanding what equipment we have. And I've said this before, but what equipment we have and what kind of servicing it needs. And so this has been on and offline randomly. And so, it becomes that, is this the cheapest miles you're going to get if you fix it, or is it better to replace it? At this point, it's now a replacement. We've done deferred maintenance so long, it's a replacement plan. And so at this point, we're going to continue to hopefully maintain over time. So you'll see it reflected in some of our operations budget as opposed to the capital, but we also won't need to repair prematurely.
Director.
So if I could add to that, a few lines down, you'll actually see building condition assessment. They were done in 2019. I think I've reported on that before, that they maybe not as valuable as what we needed for a more fulsome asset management plan. Like a roads need study, like the bridge structure report, a building condition assessment lays out 10-year plans for what needs to be replaced when it's done by a firm that specializes in building condition assessment. Some engineering firms do. McIntosh Perry is one that I know I've used in the past, and they actually provide a digital copy of a plan that can be uploaded into something like we have in Citywide to then design the 10-year, not only the capital plan for the replacement, but also the operating plan. So we do have that highlighted, and a lot of the items that Director Clark are bringing forward are the ones that have immediate need. Some of them have moved from maintenance, which wasn't done, to now replacement, and we want to kind of cut that. So the building condition assessments, we believe, will do that. We did get some valuable information out of those building condition assessments that have allowed us to put together a bit of a database, which then we can pass that along to, if council should pass the building condition assessment in 2025, we can pass that along so that they have some historical information and take that and build on it and give us a good, solid digital inventory, but also the replacement plan that we can bring back in 2026. So I think in 2026 we'll be better suited to provide the information looking for, Councilor McKenna.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
All right, any other questions about the air handler or the building condition
assessment? Building condition.
As well.
Thank you, Director. I assume it would also that the assessment would come with that climate change lens or feature, so that when we're looking at operation, that you factor in the savings, just that it's factored, that it's considered as we go forward.
Through the chair, that is becoming a more common feature of building condition assessments. That's something we would just have to be aware of to put into the RFP, that we're specifying that we want that.
Mm-hmm. And certainly what we have currently doesn't have that. So this would be an add-on.
Great. Not seeing any other questions for that one. Cemetery software, kitchen renovations at the Memorial Community Center. Next year. Oh, sorry. We'll jump down to garage door openers at the fire hall. We already discussed building condition assessment, barrel roof replacement at the Memorial Community Center. I'm assuming that's not for a full roof, Councilor Robinson.
Yeah.
That's what I was questioning. Going to question, is that to be phased in?
That's to be phased out for the next 10 years or more. So we did get some costing for a repair. This actually should say repair as opposed to replacement. My apologies. So we're looking at about $25,000 a year. The building, as it was built, was constructed with a roof that was probably shouldn't have, based on the climate that we have, the temperature differential between the summer season and the winter season, and just our snow loads. So we often get complaints that it's damp up on the track. It is. We did some work on it last year. We fixed some of the concerns, but we're going to have to come back at it over time. It's about $25,000 a year based on the roof assessment that we had, or we're looking at 6 figures plus. For a new roof. It just gives me heart palpitations. Yeah, so.
Do we know what, like that roof is, it's not performing before its lifespan ended?
Mm-hmm.
How many of the things we're investing in at the Memorial Center are expiring before the time they were supposed to?
I would have to go back and do a really deep dive, but I would say probably fewer than you might think. We have done a bit of maintenance here and there. I think we're probably within 2 to 3 years of most of our equipment, our boilers, our heaters, air handling units, those types of things. Like it's usually 10 to 12 years before they start to be needing to be swapped out. So we're kind of in the time frame. Does it normally happen all at once? No. Typically you phase it over a few years. And sometimes you can get, 10 to 15 years out of a piece of equipment if you maintain it effectively. The roof definitely is of concern. It shouldn't be a 12-year thing. But yeah, I can take a look and do a deeper dive.
Councillor Quinn?
That facility, is there nothing there that we can do? I mean, that should have all been taken into consideration when that was being built.
Mm-hmm.
And there should be some warranty on that. Is there anything?
From what I understand, the warranty period has expired. I also did some research around it, and it looks as though at the time it was a fairly new type of roof system that was being used in Canada. And there's a number of facilities that have the barrel roof system in place, and they're experiencing the same thing. So my best guess, and this is a completely uneducated guess, but my best guess would be that we just didn't know that it wasn't sufficient, and nobody really thought about it. So here we are.
Right. My last question on that one is just, so we're looking at 25,000 projected over 10 years.
Mm-hmm.
What's the advantage of that versus, because that'll still be 6 figures, right?
So a 20-year fix is looking at 2 million, and a 50-year fix is looking at 3 million, and that's a full roof replacement.
So we're looking at 25,000 in perpetuity until we're ready for the.
Yeah.
It's better value when you put it that way.
I mean, yeah,
100%.
yes, and. I mean, I did have 2 million in here the first time, but I thought the numbers would be a little skewed, so we shifted it.
Last questions on the roof. Okay, so that brings us to the painting at the Heritage House Museum. Any questions on that? Welcome Center accessibility. Mayor Panko?
Sure. Recognize certainly that end is not accessible unless you come through the main door and staff enable you to get in through the hall, essentially, right? So I understand it's a welcome center. Is that the motivation to ensure that it's fully accessible because it is open to the public during the summer months? And the barrier now is not barrier free today.
Exactly. Yeah. And it's been identified by members of the Accessibility Advisory Committee. We've also received some concerns from the public, and it's not, it's a great space for events. We've had a couple of open houses, things like that, and they technically are accessible if you go through the back, but that's really not accessible. You can't get there on your own. It is in a difficult, it's different than the council chambers. It's not at the same grade. So I think it was 32 feet that the ramp has to be. There's not 32 feet between the door and the sidewalk. So there'd have to be some zigzags, or we're looking at a lift. I mean, but obviously in consultation with the Heritage Committee, of course.
Okay, thank you.
It'd be exciting to have that space open to the public fully. Councilor McCallum?
And do we have a long-term plan for that building? There's a whole second floor, the town's growing. Speaking of accessibility, and I assume the washrooms at the front door are accessible?
I believe so.
They wouldn't have been built unless they were right. And do what, like the long-term?
Sir Morris?
Yeah, so I would answer that by saying, yes, we're looking at the horizon in terms of staffing, but there's one piece that will influence how much office space we need here, and that's the study that's going on for the Public Works Center. So we're doing the feasibility, the analysis of that facility. It's not in, I don't think we have anything in this budget. You need to decide what we're going to do there first. But I bring that up because if that project proceeds, then there may be accommodations for certain public works and engineering staff at that location, which may negate the need for more space in this complex. So we want to answer that question before we put money in the budget to renovate. We have space, we could renovate it, but it may not be a wise investment today.
Thank you.
Great. So accessible buttons at Thurber Street. Questions and community center doors at the community center. Which doors are those for?
There's a number of exterior doors where the sills have rotted as a result of just ice and salt, because salt is very damaging to that. So our sills need to be replaced in some of the doors as well.
Okay, great. Seeing no further questions on facilities. Thank you very much. Unless you're speaking to the library or.
I can answer any questions. I
Okay.
did receive information from the CEO to contribute. So I can take those questions. Hopefully.
Comments on the library? Councilor Miller?
I'm not speaking for her, but just these are kind of basic maintenance items, same as Heritage House Museum or anything else. So.
My concerns with the library budget are on the operational side, so I would like to have a more in-depth discussion on that 18% increase, but these things seem straightforward. So. Nothing else, we can go on to water. Water tower. Any questions, comments tonight on that? We've debated before.
Mr. Chair, I'd also just like to introduce Andrew McNaughton. It's his first kick at the cat here for a council meeting this evening. So Andrew, as you know, is our new manager of water and wastewater. So he's here to augment any of my responses to council. If I happen to need some technical assistance, he's our guy. So
great, welcome, Andrew. Councilor Brennan.
Yeah, I'll just get on my soapbox again. So the trunk main and the water tower, it's 10.1 million. We built a new water treatment plant, probably in the realm of 22 or something. In those dollars is probably 50, and an arena for I think 12, which is probably 25 million in terms of these dollars. Both of those we paid 1/3 the cost, and this you've got listed at 787 grant, and I know we got more. I think it's more than around 3 million for the whole 25. So that's the challenge we face. Something we have to do, and we need support.
If I could, Mr. Chair, we do have the application in for the Housing Enabling Water Systems Fund Intake 2, which we have not got a response back on that yet. So it's unknown whether or not we'll get any funding for the trunk main project. And I will also note that there's the Canada Housing Infrastructure Program as well that we'll be taking a stab at. It closes in at the end of March. So we will be applying for the trunk main project through that stream as well.
Okay, through the chair, that first one, is that the same program that Carleton Place utilize?
That what, sorry?
Carleton Place use?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
Councilor McKenna.
I'm just glad interest rates are heading in the right direction. That's all I can say.
And through the chair, and as we know, I mean, the water tower project's well underway. We're anticipated to be completed at the end of 2025. So that's obviously something that we're committed to. The trunk main project, we're looking at a bit of a contingency plan there. Should we not get any funding, there's an opportunity there. Perhaps we can look at upgrading certain sections of that main along the route that we've selected to upgrade the pipe to 12-inch. We have quite a long section of 12-inch main up through there with some bottlenecks along the road as well. It's not necessarily what we want. We would like a 16-inch trunk main to have us a little more future-proof or to respond to, the OP that we're working on as well, and what we believe to be future growth projections in the town over a 25-year horizon. But understanding that it's a big ask when we're looking for $15 million. So we're looking at perhaps mitigating that with some, scaling back the project somewhat to just address the areas that we know that are of concern, to try to get that continual 12-inch feed from Chambers all the way down to the water tower. So we'll cross that bridge if and when we get to it. If we're not successful in funding, we'll look at it from a different lens.
Councillor Quinn, then Councillor Miller.
On that, so how long do you think it would be before we got answers on the funding? Because I hate to sit here and think, well, maybe we will, and then all of a sudden, no, we don't. Now we just got to go real quick.
Through the chair, that's a great question. I would hope that we would hear sometime early in the new year, if not spring at the very latest. But you know, we're at the mercy of the funding body. So your guess is as good as mine. We don't have an indication of when we're gonna find out at this point.
Thank you.
Councillor Miller, then Mayor Panko.
So what would we, thank you, sorry. What would we save if we planned for a 12-inch pipe instead of 16?
Yeah, so I have EVB working on that right now, kind of as we speak. It'll be significantly less because we wouldn't be in a position where we'd be looking at a full reconstruction anymore of that full corridor, because we'd just be doing segments, particularly up in and around the King Street, with some upgrades there. So that would scale back the overall cost of the whole project as a whole. However, what that does leave us with is antiquated linear infrastructure in the ground for the rest of the stuff that's in the ground, being the sewer and the structures and the domestic water feed and hydrants and so on and so forth. So it's not ideal, but we're looking at how do we give us some comfort in a 12-inch main to get us through the next, half a decade or maybe a decade, and then we're looking at a full upgrade down the road. And I would presume there's, with the federal election just not too far down the road, there's going to be monies coming out, and we see that with the Canada Housing Infrastructure Program. So we'll take a stab at as many grants as we can to realize this 16-inch trunk main. So.
Just as a follow-up, sorry, I just wonder if we'll know that projected number before the second draft of the budget, just as a worst-case scenario.
I would say yes. Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, I think to future-proof us as best we can and putting infrastructure on the ground that's going to be there for the next 50 to 100 years, 16-inch probably makes the most sense. And maybe it means phasing the entire project over multiple more years if necessary. But the reality is it is no impact on this year's budget. It's DCs and borrowing.
Mm-hmm.
So, I mean, I guess a decision would have to be made whether or not to move ahead. If we're not successful, the grant funding. If we're successful, then a lot more can happen. If we're phasing it, we can continue to seek funding applications every year. But I guess the key thing would be we would need to at least do some upgrades next year to facilitate bringing the water main on the water tower online and having sufficient water flows going through.
Yeah, and if I could, through the chair, another project you'll see here is the addition of a VFD, and that's a variable frequency drive on one of our high lift pumps at the water treatment plant. So currently we have one. A second VFD would be for redundancy purposes, but it would allow because of if all we had was a 12-inch main going from Chambers all the way to the tower, and we didn't have a 16-inch main, we feel that we could, as does EVB, that with a second VFD that would provide the flows to the tower, particularly in a fire situation where fire was dispatched to put out a large structure fire. Technically, what EVB is telling me is we could technically run the plant solely on the variable frequency drive and our high lift pumps. It's not ideal, and the MOE does not. That wouldn't be favorable for them because they want us to see us have a tower and elevated storage for both domestic and fire flow. But we feel that with the 12-inch main and that second VFD, that would buy us some time until down the road when we could do that full upgrade to 16-inch. Yeah.
Last questions, comments? Sir Morris?
Just want to emphasize both of those are Band-Aids. they're not long-term solutions. But we're just trying to be innovative in bringing you options if we don't get funding.
Right, water meter replacement. What's the payback period on that one?
Good question. We haven't done that analysis per se, but what we do know is from some of the bench testing that we've done on meters that we've taken out of service, some of the older meters, we do know that particularly on the low flow through those meters, we're losing revenue. A meter should last in and around 10 years or 10 to 15 years. We have meters out there that are non-RF meters, and those are the radio frequency meters that we switched to over the last number of years. There's meters out there that well exceed 15 years of being in service. So what I would say, during my time in Gananoque, we did partner up with Neptune, and we did do a full out meter change out back during COVID time, and was very successful. Neptune came in and facilitated the whole program. There was really little for the town to do. They facilitated making the arrangements and the appointments at people's homes, bringing in the plumber, doing any modifications, internal plumbing that needed to be done on top of the meter change out in and itself. So they ran the whole program. So really, really easy for a great program. It's something that they've identified too that could be split up over a couple of 2 or 3 years if council had an appetite to spread it out over 3 versus 2. But our staff's recommendation is to bite the bullet and do kind of this mass change out, because if we pick away at it on our own, 10, 15 meters a year on the residential side, we'll never ever get caught up.
And I would add to that, the reason that we chose the 2 years is because Neptune was willing to hold their prices and over 2 years, but they're not willing to hold the price over 3 years. So we could spread it over 3 years, but 2 years is that sweet spot for pricing.
Councilor McKenna?
The new subdivisions, Bellamy, do they have the new?
They do.
They do. So we're not talking about the whole community, we're talking wherever they need to be replaced.
That's correct. Yes.
Thanks.
Yeah. Any new properties that come online have RF meters.
If we could get the payback period on that would be good. And
Through the chair, that it would be difficult to quantify that and qualify it because we've done bench testing on a number of meters and we do know that they haven't been reading correctly. So perhaps we would use that as a baseline and multiply that times the number of older meters that we have. That's probably the best we could do to come up with a number. Yeah, so I think we could work it with something.
I've done some math on it, and if you're looking at about a 10% reduction on what it's detecting, so just take a round number, and if you're generating, let's say we're generating $4 million in revenue through our water and wastewater services, if you're leaving 10%.
Andrew, you got to come up because you're not going to get caught on the camera. Sorry.
So we did some quick math, and one of the things we looked at is if you got a 10% reduction on what the meters are actually detecting, if you take around $4 million in generation for our water and sewer that we generate, you're leaving about $400,000 on the table, right? Like that we're not looking at. So one of the things that we're looking at is things that contribute back into it, right? So a lot of the projects that we've taken on have incentives, right? Like reductions in hydro, increases in productivity and everything else like that. So if you look at the large scale, yes, it's a large number, but you could probably generate that revenue back over the course of 3 or 4 years. Your first example would be is that we've changed over all the commercial meters, and we're actually seeing a significant increase in the revenue generated through the commercial water rates, right? So taking in that small number of commercial users, taking that factor of what we've seen in an increase over the last couple of years, you can kind of translate that over to the homeowner side of things too. So
great.
Okay.
Yeah, no, it'd be great to see that exercise, but it's good that it'll be revenue generating. It's 6:30 now. Do we want to take a 10-minute break before we continue with the water projects? All right, so we'll take a break now and come back at 6:40.
Okay. I'll put my cookie.
All right, welcome back. So we will continue with our water. Parks Canada Water Service is the next. I guess my question is there any opportunities for cost recovery from Parks Canada for that, or what? Why not?
Well, it's within, the water service itself is within municipal property, so it'd be no different than any other water service to a residence or business in town.
So it's the commercial nature makes it more expensive. So
Well, it's a larger service. It's a 4-inch service. But my point is it's on town land. So once it reaches the property line of Parks Canada, then they'd be responsible for it from there into the building. But everything outside of that would be no different than it was if it was in roadway corridor. Yeah. Which is town responsibility.
Backflow prevention test kit, hydraulic modeling, total chlorine analyzer, DAF maintenance, replacement of the last 2 sections of high lift pump piping, the upgrade, new SCBA ×2, the GAC filter top up, and process control narrative and operational plan. All right, so that is the end of the $11.3 million budget. Any final questions? Great. Thank you, Paul. So we'll get into wastewater.
Mr. Chair, if I could, I just want, you had a question about the water meters.
Yeah.
So myself and Andrew, while we were on break there, we did a little bit of math, and you had mentioned 4.25 years, and it's about that for cost recovery on the water meter replacement.
Okay.
Yeah.
Cool. Okay, so sewage lift pump number 5, a blower. Are there any of the wastewater ones anybody has any questions on? And we can make sure I'm doing this right. Okay, so then the next one would be Confederation Bridge. ACMP program. RTK.
Sorry.
Yep.
Just on the ACMP program, might be useful just to go over the streets because people are wondering if the streets going to get paid. And this is a big one, like.
Yeah, so I'll just through the chair, if it's appropriate, I'll just read from the notes for the folks at home. So the ACMP program, that's asphalt, concrete, milling, and paving. That's an annual program that we're trying to reinstate, so we can address some of the deficiencies in sidewalks, curb, and road surfaces around town. So the annual road and sidewalk rehabilitation program is to address deficient concrete, sidewalk, and roadway asphalt due to poor condition, as noted in our asset management plan. This annual work also integrates improvements noted in the active transportation plan with respect to safe pedestrian travel. Proposed locations for 2025 include improvements to the following streets: Chambers Street from Beckwith Street to Market Street, Elmslie Street North between Johnson Street and the hospital parking lot being the north entrance, Gregg Street, which would be Union Street to Condy Street, and then William Street West between Abbott Street and Cornelia Street, and then Toulon Street, to address pedestrian safety and road, all of those to address pedestrian safety and road reliability. We're also proposing to rehabilitate the Market Street municipal parking lot as well due to poor asphalt condition and some drainage concerns that we have on that site.
Councilor Brennan.
Yeah, thanks for the list. And that's great, and especially the parking lot, which is really great. On the William Street from Abbott to Cornelia, is that going to be, is there a pedestrian feature, i.e. is it going to be wider or a wider paved portion for people to walk on?
Yes, through the chair, there'll be paved shoulders integrated on William Street to Cornelia.
Perfect.
And that was noted in the active transportation plan as a project in itself.
Councillor Miller.
Yeah, and I mentioned this last week. So just to the fire chief when we were talking about bylaws. So when you bring up the Market Street parking lot, I'll just throw it out there again. If we're pulling that old machine out, there's an opportunity to upgrade it, which I think would be good revenue generation. It doesn't take credit cards, and so it makes it difficult to use on a come and go quickly sort of basis.
Right. Through the chair, I haven't incorporated a replacement of that in this program. I'm not sure if other departments have captured that anywhere in their budgets or not. But regardless, I mean, we could certainly stage it such that we could upgrade that equipment in the future, perhaps in 2026.
So, Mr. Chair, I would just add that when we get closer to that, we could have a discussion. We haven't specifically budgeted for the replacement of the pan display. The Market Street lot was converted to monthly. It's primarily monthly parking. We also provide a daily parking rate, but it's not easy to purchase it. You need to come to town hall to do it. So we need to, I would suggest we do an analysis of revenue and understand if those pieces of equipment can be north of $13,000. So we would need to look at, does that make sense if we want more short-term parking at that lot? But anyway, that analysis can be done when we get closer to the project.
Yeah, I think there's new solutions that I've seen in other places where someone just come in and take a picture of their parking lot, or sorry, the license plate, and upload it into the system to show that and pay for the parking that way, which might be a lot easier, but still enables people to pay for parking while they're in there. So just look at solutions, I guess.
And I drive by it many times in a day and it's half empty. So I just think there's an opportunity.
Yeah, it's a bit of an enigma because we've sold all the monthly passes, but not everyone seems to be there every day. So.
No, and I can say I come and go from that area 5 or 6 times a day, right? So it's just not the easiest system to use for that purpose.
We may want to take on an airline approach where we oversell it, which is not uncommon practice in parking.
I've got a question on the ACMP. Just will the Elmsley Street North include sidewalks, extending the sidewalk? I know there's issues for people living in the neighborhood up there trying to walk to the hospital.
Yeah, through yourself, Chair. We haven't included any extension of any sidewalk there. We're simply addressing the asphalt surfacing. And the reason for that is there's a number of things at play there. One being an opportunity on Maisie Street for development in the future. So without knowing what that really looks like at this point, I was apprehensive about doing any significant work up there other than just grinding the road and resurfacing to address the rideability of the road and the condition. But if that's council's wish, we can certainly rejig some things and look to extending the sidewalk. But I would think if there were ever a development of Maisie Street, which is north of that area, we'd be looking at some servicing upgrades, perhaps down Elmsley Street, and perhaps a reconstruction of the underground infrastructure. So personally, I'm a little bit apprehensive about spending a whole lot of money on extending sidewalks with not really having a good holistic idea of what it could very well look like in 5 or 10 years from now. But if that were council's wish to extend sidewalk, we could certainly incorporate that. There'd be an additional cost to do so.
Something to consider. I think there's lots of seniors living there with appointments at the hospital, and the parking at the hospital is a challenge. So right now it's not feasible to walk, but that's kind of where my thinking is at. Is that the similar mentality of from the hospital parking lot north to Maisie Street? That section's also in bad condition.
It is.
What's it left out, or why is it left out, or when would that be done?
It was left out predominantly because it's a bit of a narrower cross section, and it would need significant more work to upgrade it than just doing a mill and overlay and repaving. Again, much of this is going to be determined through the OP and what some of that greenfield area looks like potentially for development, and maybe Manager Grenke could speak to that a little bit. But am I fair in saying that, Manager Grenke? And not to put you on the spot, but we do feel that there's some opportunity for development in that area, which, if there were any significant upgrades to some of the linear infrastructure, perhaps that would not be on the backs of taxpayers, but perhaps maybe on developer, depending on what that looks like in the future.
CO Mars.
Yeah, just to augment Director McMullen's comments. So we have the OP underway, which of course we're all aware of. We also have the Transportation Master Plan, which will be the companion policy within that project. So that's going to lend insight into where upgrades to our transportation system should occur. The Maisie Street corridor is a growth or an opportunity area within the OP. So I think once council adopts policy, then I think the infrastructure investments could flow at that point. That would be our recommendation.
Great.
And that's going to happen in 2025.
Thanks. RTK unit, exciting, highly accurate, not too expensive. Traffic controllers, any questions on that one?
On those traffic controllers, there's no way to put ads on them, and when they're not in use, we get some revenue off them, I guess. Advertising on them, no, I guess not. All right, I'll answer my own question. Those days are coming.
What? No, what are they? I'm confused now. What is a traffic controller?
Oh, sorry. The traffic controllers is the you'll see like a rectangular box adjacent to the signalized intersection poles. So inside there's a very large controller, circuit boards and whatnot that a bunch of periphery equipment hooks into, dependent on how the intersection functions. For instance, we're implementing preemption equipment into our intersections for fire emergency services. So when they pull up to an intersection, there's infrastructure inside the cab of the fire truck that sends a signal to the preemption that changes it from red to green, so they get the priority to get through. So some of and we just realized this recently on the intersection at Cornelia and Elmsley Street, we were looking at upgrading that this year. We weren't looking at upgrading it. We were looking at installing preemption at that intersection for fire, and the preemption equipment will not integrate into the old controller. So we're kind of pulling the pin on that, and we will, subject to council approval, we'll change out that controller in 2025 and install the preemption. So it's that metal box that you see beside it's the brains of the intersection, if you will.
No,
it coordinates all the timing and everything.
Does that mean that the like the sensors we have at the Beckwith and Elmsley intersection and the Lombard and Abbott intersection will be integrated, or is that a separate upgrade?
That's a separate upgrade. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's the one I get the positive feedback on.
And for instance, through the chair, the loop detection, the magnetic loop detection that we have in the roadway that gets cut in where vehicles pull up, and it sends a signal to the controller to change it from red to green. That's all part of it as well. And some of these older controllers, some of the newer equipment that we're looking at doing, perhaps like video detection, as opposed to reinstalling loops, does not integrate well into the old controllers we have. So, like I mentioned last year when I first kind of resurrected this program, we have a number of controllers around town that are old and antiquated that need to be changed. So the idea is to change 2 per year until we get caught up. And then hopefully there's a few years between when we get caught up and when we have to start over again, if that makes sense.
Okay.
Yeah.
And what's the plan to update the detection part of the system?
So right now, we'll continue with the loops. If it turns out that specific site conditions suggest that we can't put the loops in, then we'd look at something else, perhaps a video detection or the microwave detection that we have at the intersection of Beckwith and Elmsley. Yeah. It's quite more expensive than the loop detection that has been around for quite a number of years for detection at intersections, but yeah, we'll put that in where we can. Other areas we can't, we'll look at something as an alternative.
Councillor Quinn.
You got me on another subject. Have we ever looked at considering cameras to catch speeders? That can generate money. I listened to Councillor McKenna say, how can we generate some money? Has that ever come into being discussed? I'm sure you can make a fortune on Queen Street where I live, because you just fly down there. And I know that it's a different topic here, but has it been thought about?
So if I understand the question correctly, you're speaking of speed enforcement as opposed to perhaps red light cameras. So coincidentally, myself and CEO Morris, we do have a meeting coming up to discuss automated speed enforcement. It's the acronym's ACE, ASE. You may have heard it around recently. It's a bit of a, it's not as easy as it sounds. We can only implement automated speed enforcement in areas that have community safety zones. So currently around town, we have community safety zones primarily in and around our school areas. So those areas may not necessarily be the areas where we experience speeding. So we really have to look at it maybe perhaps through a different lens where, if we went with the automated speed enforcement, we would perhaps maybe have to look at a different policy where we implement community safety zones in a broader sense across town and not necessarily related to school areas.
So on that, on the where Elmsley Street and Queen Street become a Y right at Thurber, there is a sign that is a community safety. And at that particular point, right out front of my house, there's 2 buses stop morning and night. And I would say there's maybe 35 children go across that street to get on those buses. And one day I'm fearful that one of them is going to get hit because the speeders just fly down there and they're running across. Just put that in your box of must think about, please.
Sounds like we'll hear back from your discussions in the near future.
Yeah, we'll have a recommendation in the first quarter of 2025.
Excellent. All right, so moving on, we've got the PXOs at Old Slies, Abbott, and Queen. Any questions on those ones, Mayor Panko?
Yes, Director McMahon, obviously a lot of places in town where PXO would be beneficial. Is there methodology we follow to determine where they should go? I know we had delegation regarding one of Old Slies in the past and a request. But I'm also thinking as an example, like right here at Daniel at Elmsley, because I see people crossing there very frequently. And I think because there is, it's not a cross street, it's only a T, cars tend not to be that much aware that someone's about to cross there. And so I don't know if that's how we determine whether it's traffic counts, observations, what type of research we do to determine where PXOs are most required.
Yeah, so right now through the chair, we're trying to address the areas that were identified through the active transportation plan. 2 of these locations were noted in the active transportation plan. The one that we've added is the one on Queen at Lorne. Because it's such a long stretch between Chambers and Old Slies, we felt just based on the traffic volume down there that it would make sense in that location. And the name escapes me. The name of the store down on Queen Street.
Queen Street Convenience.
in and around that location to install a PXO because it is such a long stretch between controlled intersections. To answer your question about Daniel Street, we would have to look at it. I believe maybe the proximity of that intersection to the Beckwith Elmsey Street signalized intersection would not necessarily constitute a PXO if we were looking at warrants, right? Wouldn't be, I don't think it would be a whole lot different than some of the responses I've had to provide to the community when I've got requests for a PXO at William and Beckwith. Because you got Chambers and you got signalized intersections. So, but again, that's something that we're talking about within the Public Works Department with respect to developing warrants for PXO and a number of different transportation related items. And I'll give myself a little bit of plug here for the ask of a transportation technologist because that's what that person would primarily do. And I'm not trying to switch gears into operating, but that was the premise behind having a position in the department that can really focus on some of these transportation related items.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you.
No other questions, comments there. I think that's great, and I'd love to see that 75,000 in every budget we've got for the rest of this term because there's so many locations we could do. Plate packer, Councilor McKenna.
Sorry, no, it's not the plate packer.
Sidewalk plow.
So it's the plow, the sweeper, and the backhoe. Would they all be delivered in 2025?
Be delivered in 2025?
Yeah, would you have them in your hands operational? Some of these, are they specialized enough that you're going to have to put the order in and wait to 2026 to get them? They're on the market now.
Yeah, that's possible. What I would say would be the sidewalk plow, for instance, would not be put into operation during this winter, but perhaps next winter in December it would be delivered and put in service.
It's the delivery. I'm just saying if it doesn't come to 2026, could we defer put a down payment and pay the rest on delivery? But if they're all delivered in 2025, I get it. That's fine.
Yeah, I can't speak to the delivery backlog at this point. It's quite possible that, for instance, like the street sweeper and the backhoe, if we ordered them, I guess it's all dependent on when the budget's approved. If we're rolling into February, then perhaps we wouldn't take delivery in 2025.
Thank you.
Any questions on the sidewalk plow?
Am I remembering right that we just bought 2 used sidewalk plows, so this would be another one on top of those?
Right, so currently we run with 3. So we have the 2 multi-hogs that we purchased 2 years ago. And then we've got a third trackless, the manufacturer is called Trackless. And we're experiencing any sidewalk plow, even the multi-hogs that we bought 2 years ago, they're very, very, the cost for maintenance are high on those particular pieces of equipment, not indifferent to backhoes and street sweepers and that kind of things, but the sidewalk plows, they take a lot of, I wouldn't say abuse, but a lot of beating just on the operation that they're doing. So the costs that we're experiencing on the trackless machine, now it's not that old. It's a 2016, so it's coming up on 8 years old. However, we're experiencing between $5,000 on an annual basis for repairs, and we certainly experienced that over the last couple of years. So I think the idea is, if we want to maintain the level of service around town as we have more and more subdivisions come online with more and more sidewalk that are within those subdivisions, that we have, a reliable piece of equipment. It's even tough with 3 machines that get dispatched during inclement weather events, to clear snow, to get everything done with 3. Quite often, more than not, we experience one of those 3 will be out of service for breakdowns, and then we play catch up with the 2 trying to get caught up until that third one's brought back into service. So 3 reliable machines would be better than 2 that are relatively new and one that's 8 years old. Does that make sense? Yeah.
What's the lifespan on the new unit, and what's the annual maintenance cost expected to be on it?
I think annually you'd be looking at, like on a newer machine, 2,000 to 3,000 annually.
For how many years?
I would say that the longer that you have in service, those costs are going to increase every year. It's no different than your car, right? You buy a new car and, you know, regardless of what the warranty have, you know, warranty doesn't cover brakes and tires and some of those consumables. So you're going to have a period of time where the machine's new and you're experiencing really, really good reliability out of it until you're not. And then you're into repairs for a number of different things, tires, brakes, hoses, and the list goes on and on.
Is it reasonable to expect that when this unit's 3 years old, it'll cost $70,000 in maintenance from year 3 to year 8, or?
It's quite possible. Yeah.
Okay. So I guess just the numbers have been done of, I forget what we paid for the one in 2019, but the 70,000 in repairs doesn't seem that much compared to the 260,000 in investments. So like we've run those numbers and we know what the average cost per year to operate the used versus the new is. And
right.
Do we know what like a rough savings of going with new over used?
No, we haven't done that analysis on it. We just know what we've experienced over the last couple of years and the wear and tear on the vehicle, and presumably, like for instance, there's some notes in here about the backhoe, the case backhoe that we currently have. Based on the age and the amount of hours, it's sitting at about 4,000 hours right now. It's kind of at that sweet spot where it still has some decent value on a trade-in to the tune of, you know, in excess of $70,000 on a trade-in. What I would say would be, as we bring equipment online, similar to our arrangement with Enterprise and our pickup trucks, you know, we're not, we're trying to get into the philosophy of not holding on to equipment till end of life. We're trying to use it to the point where we kind of have that sweet spot where it still has some value when we could trade it in or sell it to try to lessen our burden on purchasing new, if that makes sense. So I would like to get to the point, and I think Paul Dever would resonate the same, that with our heavy equipment, you know, or even our plow trucks, that we don't hang on to them until they've reached their end of service, that we get rid of them before that, where they still have value. And I think there's still some value in that Joe Johnson trackless sidewalk plow as well that we have, that we could offset some of that capital investment as well.
Yeah, I guess I'm just trying to understand better, because when the public sees all these new vehicles, they ask a lot of questions. And if it's really easy to say, no, this is the way to do it because over 10 years or 5 years, we save this much compared to the old way we do it, plus we've got better equipment, then it's really black and white for people. Whereas right now it's really hard for me. I couldn't explain that to somebody that's complaining about all the new equipment. So that kind of, I don't know if we could do that kind of business case. I think it would be helpful for this stuff.
Yeah, what I would just, I would err on the side of caution with that, because we don't, it's hard to look at a piece of equipment and have a crystal ball in terms of when it's going to break down. What we do know is when it does break down, you know, the phone starts to ring, and, you know, my sidewalk isn't cleared or my roadway isn't cleared. So I think what we're trying to do within the department is try to mitigate some of that concern and risk by making sure that we have reliable equipment. And it's not a case of having, you know, shiny brand new equipment in the department and inside the truck base. It's just making sure that we can respond to that level of service and make sure we're giving the community what they need. So
that's right, Robinson. Thank you. I more of a comment than anything else. I really think we should be buying it new as opposed to used, because when you're buying used, you're that much closer to the breakdown point and increasing costs. Mm-hmm. So if you can get a couple of years at low maintenance, as opposed to 1 year of so-so maintenance and then starting into they're getting rid of them because they're at that sweet spot. So it's going to cost them money. So that's the reason they're getting rid of them. So I'd rather see new anyway.
Echo.
Thanks, Paul. 1.2 million in 3 pieces of equipment. if it came down to it and you had to punt one down the road to next year, which one would it be?
Yeah, I have consulted with Jason Dalglish on this and Al Gorman, our foreman. You know, I think we'd be comfortable in punting down the line the street sweeper. But I just want to make note that the sweeper, and you can read the notes on the side of the sheet here, and the people at home that don't see the notes, the sweeper in itself, the chassis, so the truck chassis, the frame is a 1999 Sterling truck chassis. That's 25 years old. And the vacuum unit on that truck was installed in 2012, so it's pushing 13 years old. It's now past its life cycle, and we can expect repair costs and downtime to escalate as time goes on. And that can be said for any piece of equipment. But based on it does go out often. It goes out for a number of different cleanups around town, and certainly within the fall months to make sure that we get all the leaves and debris and sediment cleaned up along the curb so it doesn't plug up catch basins and our storm sewer network. But anyway, to answer your question, that would be the one, and just coincidentally, it's the biggest ticket item.
Yeah. I mean, still functioning, but
we're punting it down the road. We're going to have to deal with it at some point.
Or do we do it over 3 years and put money into a budget for the next 3 years to replace it, right?
Right.
Eventually. Okay.
Well, maybe that's an option for this year through the chair, that we allocate something, not the full amount, to capital reserve for that piece of equipment. Would be maybe a good time to start now.
Okay. Makes sense. Thank you.
All right, and the last is the air compressor for the garage. Seeing no questions, we can move on to construction.
On that, Chair, I just want to note that the air compressor, the Public Works garage, that's a piece of equipment that could be easily incorporated into a new operations center, should that come to fruition. Right, it could easily move from one building to the new. So,
okay, the new unit can. Okay, great. Okay, we've got George Street, water, wastewater, and roads. I'm sure we'll have more discussion on that as the project comes forward. But network refresh. Yep.
That will go William to Gladstone.
William to Gladstone. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. And the last section is still okay?
Just give me a second here. So we're looking at actually William to Glen.
Okay.
Because there's originally that was designed, there was a section between Gladstone and Glen that actually drains north to south. That wasn't incorporated in the original design. So we need to grab that extra block in phase 2.
Okay.
And then from there, it'll be the sewers on the other side of Glen go northerly down to Lansdowne.
Okay.
But I think that last block in and itself would be perhaps incorporated into like a reconstruction for Lansdowne Street.
Okay. I always wondered why it was not all the way. So that makes sense.
Right.
And pricing, that's similar on a per block basis to what phase 1 was this year?
A little bit more for phase 2.
Okay.
Yeah. It's a longer scope of work.
Yes.
Yeah. We were about 2 million for phase 1. We're looking at a roughly 3 million for this next phase. Okay. Yeah.
All right. So I think that's everything. Thanks.
Thank you.
Director McMahon. And then, so for corporate, we've already approved the 140 for the network upgrades. So it's just the maintenance manager software.
So this one's a little bit of a funny one. This is kind of a piecemeal. We're looking at maintenance management software across the corporation, and if you may think this is a little bit ahead of the IT strategy, and you'd be correct, it is. However, one of the things I can guarantee that's going to come out is last week I mentioned we have a number of disparate systems, so they're not talking to each other. So we have a really good piece of software called Mesh that has been used by water, wastewater, and roads to capture the data for all the maintenance and capture all the information from the assets, but it's not feeding into our asset management system, meaning we're not able to quantify within our assets, you know, how many times potholes fixed on the road and that sort of thing. So we're looking at moving maintenance manager from a totally different system into our asset management system, which has a robust system. All the work that's been put into it can be transferred over, including all the processes that have been developed in-house. The cost for that is about $115,000 for the implementation. Given the terms of the budget, we decided to roll that back. However, recreation does not have a maintenance manager, meaning we can write down on paper what's to be done, hand it out to the operators, they can drive out and work on it, as opposed to an electronic system where the information goes out to the operator's phone. There can be an order to go and repair a piece of equipment. They can take a picture. It's uploaded, but it's uploaded into our asset management software. So then we start, you know, we take that building condition assessment and we break it down into the various components. We actually have a history of what's all the maintenance in those different buildings. How much work have we done on the roof? How many work hours have we put into it? And that it comes with a mobile app, but it also comes with something called a decision tree, and that'll assist in upcoming budgets where we can kind of run the decision tree to be able to say, well, this, you know, should we be doing more repairs on it? Should it be a replacement? And we'll have some data to kind of help with that. So this is because of the fact that recreation doesn't have that. Instead of moving them over to Mesh, which is a great system, but we'd look at moving it over so we can share information across systems, or sorry, have it all contained within one system. We thought, well, maybe we can do a partial implementation with recreation instead of moving off into a disparate system, and then bring over water, wastewater, and then roads in future years. I believe that the IT strategy will talk about condensing the amount of systems that contain information that we hold. I believe very strongly that will be the result. So this is taking care of recreation in 2025, parsing off the rest of it, and then bringing those additional costs in future years.
It sounds great. What's going to be done on the capacity building side with staff training and that side of it? Like, I'm thinking our eScribe software, we're still not using the functionality of that.
I'm sorry, can you just repeat that last part? Sorry.
Like with our eScribe software we bought for the meetings, we're still not fully using that functionality. Mm-hmm. What's going to ensure that we can actually leverage the full functionality of the software with staff training and capacity?
Well, that'll be me pushing for it, because in order to really build a well-functioning oil machine as far as asset management goes, this will be a key component. So we're using a part of Citywide capacity, and we're using the repository, which is just the inventory. Then you can put a number of attributes into it. But for the most part, it's a repository. To get the information functioning, flowing forward, this is one portion of it. At some point, there's a probability I'll be coming back for some budgeting software that'll be tied together, mixed in with our assets, so that it directly flows out of it. So what's going to drive that we're not going to leave it is going to be me driving it, because of the fact that we need this type of technology, but we need these processes in place in order to have a functioning asset management system, not just an asset management plan on the shelf, but for me to come every year with an updated 10-year plan as we gather more information. I don't know if you remember back, I told a joke about economist hunting and the gun shooting off on the either side of the deer. And so my goal is to make sure that we're not 50 meters or 10 meters apart, but to kind of bring it down to that 1 meter apart. So as far as like what's in writing, what can I give you that's tangible to guarantee that we won't do it? I can't give you anything tangible other than the fact that it's within my best interest. So I give my word that I will be pushing for it.
Yeah, my last question on that one is, how do we, like, we're doing this IT strategy, we're buying software in the meantime.
how do we know that everything's going to line up in that way you're talking about having these great synergies?
Well, how do we know it'll line up? Well, the recommendation from the IT strategy will likely come back to talk about having synergies, to stop having systems that don't talk to each other. So the fact that we've invested as much as we have in Citywide, because I believe the initial investment was in the terms of hundreds of thousands of dollars to implement it and get it up and running. So what we have invested in a system like Mesh has just been the yearly implementation or the yearly maintenance package, like $30,000-$40,000 a year. Whereas with something like Citywide, which is a standard within all of North America, it's one of the largest market shares for asset management software in North America. It's more likely that we would move into a piece of software that we have more stake in, more invested in, than we would to kind of piecemeal it off into various components. I don't think the IT strategy will say you need to use Citywide. However, it's likely to say you need to look at systems that are going to be talking to each other, or you need to use a system where all the information is contained in one component. And it's most likely going to recommend the fact that we already have a system that is renowned, it's well known, and it's highly regarded in the municipal world. So I would think that I would be surprised if any other recommendation came out. I'm not saying it wouldn't, but I'd be very surprised.
Additional functionality to an existing system, and that existing system is equivalent to a Microsoft 360, or it's an industry standard system. So
exactly.
Okay. Mr. McKenna?
It was one of my questions, Mr. Chair, that you asked. And I like what you're saying. I like your experience, and I like the kind of direction we're going, and use the CAO's favorite word, to augment that. I would add that what I'm going to be looking to hear from the CAO, human resources, and the directors is everybody coming on board, all new employees, all the training focus is around, it's about getting those processes in place and then getting all the team on board with it, because it's a pretty big change, management piece, and I think that's what Councilor McGuire's referring to. It's easier to buy the stuff than it is to implement it and put all the new, but I'm confident with everyone's leadership, we're going to get there. So it's the right direction for sure.
If I could, through the chair, to augment onto what you say. Definitely in this next iteration of the asset management plan, we've got an asset management team that have been participating, so we have been experiencing more buy-in. We've had the demos for this software, and we've had buy-in from the utilities and the public works side to move in this direction. It is a large implementation, so parsing it off actually it's not a bad thing, because it is going to be a large implementation to be able to do it right. The staff that are involved in the implementation also have the regular duties. So doing it in chunks may actually be a little bit more feasible given the constraints of time of the staff. But back to my original point, there has been staff buy-in to the asset management plan and to the functions that make it a dynamic activity as opposed to a static result.
So with that, brings us to the end of our capital program list. Any final capital questions?
Okay, so we'll go to the next slide.
To the spreadsheet.
So I want to give a little context to this slide. I'm approaching it in a slightly different way when we're looking at our capacity based on our reserves. So this is a slide we were talking about earlier. Back when I was little, my mom would take her little bank book and put it into the machine, and the dot matrix printer would update it, and it may say something like $500. But if you looked at her checkbook at the back, it would say the balance is $450, because she knew that there were 2 checks for $25 outstanding. So looking at what are the commitments, so therefore I'm looking at having capacity for $450, as opposed to the fact that the bank statement says $500. So I've kind of approached it in the same way, which, you know, in accounting terms, that's kind of a fairly simple way of calling encumbrance accounting. And that's kind of where this resolves. So the opening balances are actuals. This is based on the financial statements that we had a closing balance in the 2023 statements, which is the same as the opening balance in 2024 of just over $16 million. Now, the contributions for 2024 are correct. And that includes our budgeted contributions to our capital, to the water, to the wastewater, and accounting for any of the 2023 surplus, as is policy and how it's distributed. Now, in the 2024 commitments, and then the inevitable ending balance of $14 million, that's where it gets more into the encumbrance accounting, because that amount of $5.8 million, that's what that's from the 2024 capital budget and what we've committed to pay for. And I'm concentrating now on more of the capital reserve side. That's what we've committed to in 2024. Not all those invoices are going to come in. Some of the machinery is going to come in, you know, in 25 as opposed to 24. Some of the construction, there's going to be that final layer of pavement that's going to go on in the spring. So there's going to be some costs that'll be captured in 2025. But that's saying, but we've committed $5.8 million from 2024, and any 23 projects that weren't completed, but also did not carry over into the 2024 capital budget. So as of today, we've committed $5.8 million. That's not going to be our number. The 14.7 is likely not going to be the ending number when we do our year end, because it's not going to be there. But we need to put that at the back of the checkbook to say we've committed to this if we're going to do all the projects that we've committed to so far. So then moving forward, we have the 2025 contributions as is put into the budget right now. That's not taking into account any surplus that we might get in 24 or 25. That's not taking account any application grants that we would have. So that's not factoring that in, because none of that's really known right now. But these are the components that we know.
Can I stop?
Yeah.
Sorry. I'm just going through my head. So the 11.7 is the the 5.3, my eyes are going, is what we're committed. No, we committed 11.7 when we went through that capital budget in the capital reserve fund, not including DCs or grants. Is that right? The 11.7?
I'm sorry, that's it's the wrong number, but it's not an error. That's really saying that's what the balance will be with our contributions of the 36,000, the 5,000, the 11,000, the 2 million, the 1.8 million. Our balance will be 11,727, but that's not an appropriate number to put in there. I didn't catch that before. That should just be a total of what our contributions are, and I apologize for that. That's just the whole amount for what our balance would be before we do any capital commitments. I'm sorry, that does cause some confusion. So our ending balance available with the 14.7, we would be contributing 3.8 plus 36. Actually, that number 7.8. Yeah, that's capturing our whole amount. My apologies. That's not a correct assumption. That should be more in the lines of $3.9 million, the 11,727,000. I'm sorry, that's really causing confusion, and I do apologize for that. But the key takeaway is that with all of our commitments, we'll come out with $14.7 million available. We'll have a contribution to bring in of about $3.9 million. And with our capital commitments in 2025, that's that $9.6 million that we've committed to. And again, this is not taking into account any surpluses, and this is not taking into account any grants. We'll still have a positive balance overall in reserves, However, we're looking at possibly having a shortfall within the tax base capital reserve of about $655,000 based on our commitments currently in 23, 24, and the 25 budget as proposed. Now, if we were to continue that on, we would see it coming back up into a positive number. However, it said that we don't have a long-term plan put together. We started moving some projects out, and that's the start of a long-term plan, but really what that is the 25 projects that we've said, these are the ones that we can kind of put off and move. And then based on what council will say, we can move those over. And then when we come back for the 26 budget, it'll be a more robust plan because we'll have a lot more information to be able to tighten up that scope of knowledge and be a little bit more accurate. But as it stands, as we move forward, currently, we're spending quite a bit of our reserves balances. But again, not taking into account any funding that we might get.
So is this short version of what I'm going to say reflect what you've just said? We started with 16 million plus this year's contribution. And in this exceptional year of capital, we're going to spend half of that reserve because we're going to be down to 8.
As the information that we have currently today, yes.
So we're spending about half our reserves.
Yes.
In this very unusual capital year.
That would be correct,
okay,
yes.
Thanks.
So is it an unusual capital year when we've got so many assets that are past their useful life?
Okay, so
we've got $80 million.
Fair enough.
Sorry, I think the C. So yes and no. It is because of the fact that there's 2 major projects that are really ramping up. We're down we're kind of down the rabbit hole with the water tower. We need to continue on and follow behind that. It really is the trunk main, which needs to be done. Those are some very large projects. Unless there's some new construction, new building coming up, I wouldn't anticipate it to be quite that high. But to put it in perspective, as far as the asset management work we've done so far, and I'll lead into something that I had planned on bringing in the second meeting, because usually I bring it in the second budget meeting, is to start looking at some long-term projections. How much should we be spending? Our latest iteration of the asset management plan says that if we needed to, so I'll give a bit of context for this, and it will make sense at the end. If we were today to replace all of our assets, the asset management plan says would have to spend $370 million. The historical cost on those assets is about half of that, 260. Sorry, I wrote it down here, but it's about half of 370 million. So we amortize about $4.5 million a year. Now that's just a lot of numbers to throw out, but if you put it into context of let's say a piece of machinery that you buy at $100,000 and it's good for 10 years. How much do you put aside to replace that piece of equipment? You would say $10,000 a year, except for the fact that it's going to cost more than $100,000 in 10 years to buy. So you'd be looking at $120,000, $130,000 a year, much more. So you're amortizing $10,000 a year, but you're going to put aside $12,000 or $13,000. When you spread that over all the assets of the town, and some of those assets being 70, 80, 90 years old, it's quite a bit more. So when you take the $370 million, compare it to your historical cost, it's about twice the historical cost. If you're amortizing or assuming about $4.5 million, that would mean $9 million is what you should be putting into the budget on a yearly basis. These are high numbers, rough numbers. You should be putting aside about $9 million. So on average, that's at least what you should be replacing a year. Is that accurate? Well, we haven't broken down all the subcomponents of it in the asset management plan. We haven't quite narrowed down that focus to a meter on the other side of the deer. We're still a little bit out, but it's much more focused than we had a year or 2 or 3 ago. So I'm not sure if that kind of provides you some context to say, yeah, I do think it's a fairly high year. There is a lot of catch up. We've had a few years, as I look back historically, that it has been higher than $9 million, which is not surprising because of the fact that there's a backlog in in the assets. So will this be exceptional going forward? I think at some point it may tailor off, but I think $9 million is probably a little bit closer to the benchmark. Based on the information that we currently have today, and we will be refining going forward. Does that provide some context?
Yes. Intuitively, it doesn't make sense because if it's costing $1 million a block of road, I'm just thinking of the number of blocks of road we have on the side of town that are 100 years old and the sewers and all that. Yeah, I'd like to see more information on it, but it's good that you guys are doing the numbers. You seem confident on it. I just need to get up to that level. So.
And I think that as we unfold the 2025 asset management plan, it'll provide some more context. There will still be more work to be done to refine the data, because again, the amount of work that's needed to collect that kind of data and refine it is quite a bit. And so it'll probably extend beyond. We'll continue to refine. It'll be an ongoing kind of a Kaizen project where we'll continually be looking for improvements in the data.
I think that's really helpful, Paul. And I guess I'm going to be off a little bit numbers, but I think 2022 we were at 17 million. 2023 we've been double digits for a number of years now with the infrastructure capital work we've done. So I think we've sort of been above that $9 million mark on this year. Looking at next year quite a bit more. But also going back a slide ago, I think it was the total commitment to capital reserves of about 3.9 million next year from water and tax. Correct?
Yes, that's correct. Yes.
Yeah, and so we're going to do 9 million next year. We've got other services which will contribute to that, as DCs, federal gas tax, OSIP, stuff like that, I assume. But there's probably still a shortfall. Yes. So if we exhaust all our reserves, the point in time will come when we have to either borrow more or hopefully have more growth to try and help offset that. And but I think at least in the last number of years we've been above that 9. And so I think, not knowing the real number, but we knew there's work that had to be done and we had capacity to do it. But it'd be interesting to get all this put together into one nice, clear, concise plan.
Yeah, and that's the goal. That's where we're headed for is to put that together. And those numbers are going to change. They're just going to keep evolving. But we should come to a point where it slows down, and we know that we're on a better conceptual plan, at least have a better number wrapped around what does it look like, what's the goal, what we should be contributing to, because the financial portion of the asset management plan, we have to submit a plan to the ministry that says this is how we're going to catch up, this is how many years it's going to catch up. For example, Aurora talked about a separate capital tax levy, and this is how much it's going to increase, and at 20 years they could show that they're fully funded. So something along that line is what we're going to have to show. So we have to refine those numbers. Exactly what you're asking for, Mr. Mayor, is something that we have to do and we're legislated to do. So that's the goal.
But it also demonstrates to the province, we need your help. And when it comes to either sustainable funding or annual grant funding, regardless, at least we've got the proof there of what our capacity is and what our capacity doesn't allow us to do.
That's the end.
Now you have more slides.
Yes, yeah. Just a couple more. So the next one answers a question from Councillor McKenna, a request back in May when we first started talking about debt and looking at when are the loans coming due or coming to maturity. So the top section are our current loans. It's the top section is our annual repayment that hits our operating budget. And the green highlights are the ones that come when they're coming due. So there's a facilities piece that came in 2024, down from 109 to 79. That would be on the library. There was a debenture that came due, and then a small one for I think it was a bylaw for some meters. And then, as you can see, there's a gap where there's none come due, and then in 2031 and on, there's a number that do come due. And then the bottom half would be the new debt. So now we've got the water tower, the trunk grade, one that I hadn't identified in the spring until I did the 2023 year end was that part of Catherine Street was slated to be debt financed, and then the Confederation Bridge. So this shows, based on today's interest rates, what those annual repayment limits, annual repayment amounts look like for both principal and interest. Next slide, please. And based on that information, the orange line represents our internal annual repayment limit. The green line up at the top is the provincial annual repayment limit. And that blue line represents, with the refined data, the number, and we're looking at going over our internal debt ceiling at the end of 2025 with Catherine Street, with the bridge, and then with the amounts that would be allocated for the water tower. And then around 2031 that it comes back down and meets that internal ceiling. So we would have to have a conversation how we're going to do that.
Yeah, thank you. And again, very, very helpful. But and I guess when we look back at that internal debt ceiling, and we paid, a considerable amount of debt in let's say the last 10 years or so. And I don't remember exactly when we brought that in, but it was probably close to 10 years ago.
Oh, yeah.
And our tax revenue at the time was probably somewhere, I'm guessing, like around 12 million a year, compared to today where it'll be 21 million or whatever next year. So that internal debt ceiling, I think we have to acknowledge that there's room to grow based on where revenue is today compared to where it was 10 years ago when it was established.
Yes.
So crossing it briefly, I don't think is a significant issue, other than we like to avoid debt, but as interest rates fall, it makes it a little bit more palatable.
And again, that's based on today's interest rates.
CO Morris.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Councillor Brennan provided a number that may not be based in reality, and that is on the previous slide. The annual debt repayment for Catherine Street, I think, is an inflated figure at 714.
Huh.
Yeah, it can't be that.
So, we'll correct that. But what
2 years?
What that would effectively mean is we would be below our self-imposed debt limit once we make that correction.
Okay, we'll adjust that and bring it back in the next meeting, some updated amounts.
Councillor McKenna.
So to trigger that to trigger a change on the self-imposed debt ceiling, is it by adopting a new budget in 2020 for 2025, or is it a policy or a bylaw? What is it that we have to?
CO Morris.
It's a policy. I think it's enshrined in a bylaw.
Okay.
If not, it would be a
It's
council
a
resolution.
technical thing we would have to.
Yeah,
do.
it's
Okay.
you have the authority to change that.
But we'll go back and make sure those numbers are correct. And if they may come down and we may not have to cross that bridge at this point. Thank you for pointing that out.
That's all. The water tower is not much less than that, or the water treatment tank.
Yeah.
Plant.
I think you're
It's
correct,
539.
Councillor Brown. And I think we're coming up to the end. Then the last slide is finally just what the next steps are. So after this meeting, the public consultation will be going out and will be coming back to council as it was last year. The consultation results on January 13th. Community grants on January 13th. There's going to be an insurance presentation on January 13th from our insurance provider. And then January 27th will be the second draft presentation to committee of the whole.
Councillor McKenna.
I just want to make an overall comment. I know we've got a long way to go, but I want to thank the managers and the directors and the staff for putting all this together and hanging in there with us. People around here longer than me, but this is one of the best starts to a budget from an information point of view and from the quality of the information. So I want to thank all the staff and thank CEO Morris for hiring Director Dauber to lead this for us. So
Wow,
it's terrific.
we never had a budget this big before he came along, though.
But as you eloquently pointed out, the staff have contributed an enormous amount of work and have been very helpful under some pretty heavy demands from the current director of corporate services.
Councilor Brennan.
Yes, thank you. And with the accountant guys, they're always so passionate with the numbers. And thanks. You laid it out fairly simply. For committee, the expectation for the second draft, are you looking for any direction or yes? So, good. So, I think when I started, but the reality is this is a recommendation for a 9.6% increase on property taxes. I think it's 5 and 3 on the water and wastewater. So my reality is, and the average assessment in Smith Falls is 167 or 168 or something, right? So that's a significant increase for, and I don't know if I could find a property that is assessed at that, but that's a significant bill over year. I think it's it's a 10% more, so it's a significant amount. And so I'm just worried that if we can't do something about the 9.6, and that people are going to be hurting even more, and so we don't want to price people out of their homes, and not to put any pressure on, but we need to find some savings somewhere. And I don't think that there's anything like in the capital budget, which would mean taking away from reserves, correct? And I'm not sure I have any sense of how much taking away from the capital reserves needs to be done to affect the 9.6. So it's a significant amount. Is it $1 million? Is it $2 million? So I'd like to know that. And then, operationally, there's a couple of things that probably we should be looking at, but not to task you with something that's near impossible, but it needs to be really looked at is the rate. And whatever we can sharpen our pencils and do so. I know the reality is what it is, but we're going to have a public consultation, and I expect to hear it big time, and especially with our neighbors. And I know there's mitigating factors, i.e. The OPP communities are getting help and we're not, and that's not fair. But we still have to deal with it. I'm not interested in compromising the safety of the public when I have, two a police chief and a deputy chief, probably with 50 years experience, telling us what we need to keep our community safe. So that's sort of off the table for me. I'm not going to question that. If that's what we need for our service and the service that the residents expect and deserve, in fact. And so the evidence is there about, the rise in crime, the understaffing, and that sort of thing. That was explained well. So it's incumbent on us not only to lobby to get some more money, which would be perfect, but also at this time to see what we can shave off of that 9.6. So that's your job.
So I think you need to qualify that statement. It's 3.6 if we're not willing to have any more conversations about the police, because that's 6% of the 9.6.
Well, I'm not.
So, Mayor Panko.
Yeah, great comments, Councillor Brennan. And if you go back to last week's presentation, it's on the slide deck, but the average taxes in Smith Falls, $3,271, and which put us middle of the pack and one of the lowest urban municipalities in Lanark County. And so one thing I'd like staff to do is to go back over the last number of years, maybe 10 years, and just see what the average tax bill has been over the years, because I know we've had some years with 0%, a few years with 0%. I think overall the impact over the last decade is probably well less than the rate of inflation, maybe half the rate of inflation. And I realized this when we talked about the policing budget, because when we went back into the calculations, it's been a 1.7% increase annually from 2015 to 2024. So it was less than the average inflation being about 2.5%, I think, through that whole stretch of time. So in many ways, we were being very fiscally responsible, but the catch-up happened all at once in a real big way, obviously. And we've had, I think, strong cases made by both the chief and deputy chief, as well as the police service board, which I think we've had some deep understanding of the realities we're facing. And the truth being, it's every police budget everywhere is seeing big increases. I mean, Ottawa approved a 19.35% wage increase over 5 years for their service. You can be sure that the OPP settlement directly led to that result. They'll be feeling that impact going forward. So the same thing when we look here, I tend to think if we built in whatever increase is going to be, it's going to be significantly more than we've ever had before. If it was 9.6, but I still think it won't be. I think it's still going to bring us up to the 10-year average being under the rate of inflation. But that said, it's still a significant impact. But even almost 10% on a $3,400 tax bill is about, let's say, like $30 a month. So it is big, especially when people are feeling the pinch, but it's not probably insurmountable for most people. But so that's something I would like to see anyways. And same with the water rates. Where were we and where are we today? I know we've had bigger increases there, but just understand the impact and maybe it is that point where it's catch-up time in some ways, unfortunately.
CEO Morris.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So just to respond to the mayor's question. So in October, we brought forward the budget guideline document to kind of kickstart the process. And in that presentation, Director Dubber had a slide with the last 6 years. He went back to 2019, looked at water rates, sewer rates, and taxes. So taxes over that 6 year period went up 1.58% on average. The CPI influence over that period of time was 4%. So we've been tracking less than 50% of the CPI for the last 6 years. Water rates were closer, but still under 4. So historically, the hole's been getting a little bit deeper every year in comparison to inflation. Now that's the CPI inflation, which pales in comparison to the construction inflation costs that we've incurred. I would guess it's probably 10% or more. So we can reconstitute this information and bring it forward, maybe go back a little bit further just to get maybe a 10 or 12 year period. But I think there's clear evidence that we've not been keeping track with inflation. So the question may be, is this the year to correct that? Do we take a couple of years to correct that? But what I'm hearing is that something less than 9.6 would be desirable. So if we could get some more succinct direction on that in terms of a number you might be comfortable with, that would be helpful. On the capital side, I would just say if we go back a couple slides on the slide deck, one more. So if we use a principled approach, and if that principle were not to fall into a negative position in our reserves, so if that were a goal, which I think would be a reasonable goal, then we would need to cut $655,000 in capital spending to come out with a zero balance in the capital reserve at the end of 2025. If we were to take the sweeper out and $20,000 more, you would meet that target on the capital side. So that's one option. And again, that doesn't affect the tax rate, but it doesn't put us in a negative balance position in our capital reserve. Right? and we're gonna populate this and forecast out further. And again, I said at the onset, it's okay to go into a negative balance from time to time, but we need a plan to get out of a negative balance. So not going into one would be my suggestion for 2025. On the operating side, I think we've got a few things that we can consider and come back in January. But the point was made that really we're only controlling 3.6% of that 9.6% increase as town staff. So it's a fairly narrow slice that we can affect coming back in January, if nothing changes on the police.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, and the other thing we haven't even factored in, that would be two pieces. One, the 2024 year-end surplus, which will likely take hopefully that or more, so we're not falling into a negative. And we've got a lot of applications out there for grant funding, and surely we'll hit a couple of singles or maybe a home run, and we'll come back with finish next year with a sizable surplus because we've been able to get some grants that have come in and help pay for some of these projects. I think it's pretty atrocious if we get nothing. It'd be hard to believe that could occur, especially in probability of 2 elections, federal, provincial next year, and the money tends to flow with those things. So,
is the CPI for 2024 looking to be about 2.4?
Yeah, close, 2.38.
Would there be a consensus of the committee to look at a 2.4 if we could get that 3.6 down to a 2.4% for the second draft? Councillor McKenna?
No.
I'm just asking.
Yeah.
I'm not seeing anything either
Well,
way. What, like Councillor Brennan, you're bringing this up a lot. What's your number?
My number is the number the treasurer comes up with, but he's got direction from, as far as I'm concerned, is to get it as low as possible. So, we used to use the guideline of the CPI.
Councillor Miller?
I don't feel like I can throw a number out there. We've given a lot of feedback over 2 very long council meetings, and I think there's room to play with some numbers. We're going to have a surplus, I hope, and perhaps some grant money. So I'd like to see where it comes out. I think we'd all like to see it a bit lower if we could do so without too much pain. But I don't think it's responsible for me to throw out a number.
CO Morse, what kind of, or Director Dauber, for direction? You were asking for more succinct direction. What do we need to do to get there?
I think we have a flavor for what council wants, so I would say leave it with us, and we'll take stock of the discussion. It's been a very good discussion. We've spent 4 or 5 hours, so I think our collective knowledge is much better of this document, so that's a victory in itself. But I would say to get down, let's say 2.3 was the rough target. That's probably going to require some reliance on using the tax rate stabilization reserve to get us there, which doesn't solve the problem, it just defers it. That is one strategy, but we will look at the staffing levels, we'll look at levels of service and come back, but I think we're not far off from affecting levels of service if we make significant cuts over what we've proposed.
Councillor McKenna.
One helpful tool that has helped me in the past from staff is, here's one option, here's option 2, and here's what 3.6, this is what 2.4, and here's something in between with what the changes. So that's always helpful.
All right. So, Mayor Panko.
Just one final, and we just realize where the tax levels are now, each point is about $210,000. So everything we want to, if we want to knock it from 9.6 to X, that's what we're facing. Yeah. You take $1 million off, you're down below 5. That's also what's the impact on our service levels. If we took $1 million out. And again, with all the capital work, we know it's just deferral.
That doesn't mean it's going away.
Councillor McKenna.
And another option is what we do, look at the police budget and say, no thanks. We go back, we reject it. And then we're into a different conversation altogether. I'm not proposing it, but that is an option. Thanks, Stephen.
Maybe the Solicitor General's listening.
On that note, when is the time to have that conversation?
Soon.
CO Morris?
Yeah, so council does have options, as Councillor McKenna had pointed out. So there is a process if council wasn't comfortable accepting the budget as proposed. I would just remind everyone at the last week when we met, Councillor McKenna suggested or asked if a phased approach is a possibility, and I believe the commitment was to take it back to the board, the Police Services Board. So that to me would be the first step, is to work with the board to see if that can be reduced. And then the next step, if council still wasn't satisfied, is there is a process to not accept and basically appeal the Police Services Board budget. So we'd be happy to provide more information on that process if you felt you wanted to go down that road. But my advice is let the Police Services Board see what they can do first. They're not obliged to, but I think the request was made in good faith. And I would hope the board would have a look at it.
Councillor Brennan?
Yeah, I wouldn't, I'm happy the board's looking at it, but not one of us at this table is an expert in community policing. So, and you want to get an OPP costing, well, that's going to be an election issue as far as I'm concerned.
CO Morris, I have a question off Councillor Brennan's comment that we aren't experts in policing. Do we have examples of municipalities that have used the conciliation process specified in the Act to get a third set of eyes on it, to know that they're getting value for their policing money and that it's adequate?
Yeah, great question. I don't have any professional experience myself. Do you, Paul? No. It's done. It's not done frequently, but we don't usually get a request like this. So this conversation may be occurring elsewhere in the province, but I could certainly get some more information on the process if council wanted to learn more about it. But it's available. It's in the Police Services Act, so it is available to councils to pursue. So in a nutshell, it would be making application for the province to appoint a commissioner, and that person would be the conciliator to work it out, to work out what is not the issues that council doesn't like about the police services budget. Failing that, there is an arbitration process that would go to arbitration for a decision after that. So there are two avenues that you could consider, and we can bring back more information on that if you wish.
Thanks. I don't see any hands. I'll make a comment if nobody else is. I think I see two big advantages to that. The first is that I think it shows the province that we're struggling, and that if they have to allocate resources to review our budget, they're going to have a lot better understanding of what municipal police forces are dealing with cost-wise. And I think the second big advantage to it is that it gives a third set of independent eyes on the numbers, on the service level provided, and it gives us the ability to go back to our constituents and say, everybody that could look at this has looked at this, and this is the best value for policing that we can provide while giving adequate service levels in the town of Smith Falls. I don't think we're anywhere near the kind of dispute, like the arbitration direction is more of a, when there's a disagreement. I don't think this is a disagreement. I just think it's a good opportunity to have an audit of the budget to know that we're getting our value for money. So I personally would like to see more information on that, or what the process would be to move forward, providing it's a service provided by the province. Councillor Miller?
Thank you. I'm fine with going back to the board to see if there's anything we could put off for a year. So there's a piece that we could defer. But I'm not really interested at this time in doing a full-blown audit when we're about to, well, we're a month and a half away from passing our 2025 budget.
Councillor Quinn?
I think we need to really be looking at a lot of avenues, because just having that figure come out in the news a couple of days ago, boy, my phone rang. And, you know, so if whatever we end up passing with them, people need to know that we've done our due diligence to get as much information as possible to come up with the right figure. So I think we should do everything that we can, because the taxpayers are concerned. They are.
Councillor McKenna?
So what I'm hearing, that the ask is that we're getting more information. We're letting the Police Services Board consider the request, which they don't have to. And we're asking for more information on what that other strategy looks like, if there's examples of it being used before. We aren't saying we're going to do it at this point. So I'm supportive of that.
I guess as member, as an appointee from this council to the board and as chair of the board the last 2 years, I'll reserve any comment right now until I've had a chance to discuss this with the board.
Okay, so it's a 3-3, so there's not a consensus to get more information at this time, or no? Councillor McKenna?
Not from staff.
Okay.
That's what I've heard, so that's fine.
Okay, any other police discussion staff tonight? CO Morris?
I would just like to say by asking for it, you don't have to act on it.
And the next Police Services Board meeting, I believe, is scheduled for January 14th.
This week, a brief one.
Or on the Wednesday?
Yeah, I think a brief one before the training.
Okay.
Yeah, I think.
Okay, last call for that. We'll bring Councillor Robinson back. Good. Councillor Robinson. Yes, please.
Well, you might as well stay out because of the correspondence item.
Oh, any other budget conversation then, or? Sorry, we might be into the correspondence item.
That might kick you back out again.
Okay, are we done discussing the budget tonight? There's enough clear direction. All right, thank you, C. Morris. Thank you, Director Dauber. If I can make one actual suggestion before we go out and everybody's here. These screens are undersized. Most of the slides I couldn't read. Can we figure out what font size we need and put these up, or get bigger screens, because like this, I don't know what the 1.7, it could be a 1.2 or I don't.
That's a smaller table.
We need to either, there's no point putting this up there because I can't read it.
Pictures are good.
The labels and the charts still. Okay, so that puts us to the correspondence item. I've got my pages mixed up here. Do you need?
I'm going to have to probably leave again.
Yeah. Sorry. Enjoy your cookie. Sorry, my browser crashed here. I lost the letter, but it's a letter from southwestern Ontario.
Great Bruce, yeah.
And it sounds like all the issues they were addressing when I read it, we also have. So is that something we can put on to tonight's council meeting, Mayor Panko?
Yes, we have a proposed motion. Clerk Stubb, perhaps you want to just read that to the committee and consensus to move it forward to council for support.
Certainly.
This was a resolution that's being passed by multiple municipalities. This one was taken from the city of Belleville. It reads, whereas on November 29th, 2024, the province of Ontario identified significant protective services cost pressures related to municipal policing and identified significant provincial funding to be provided to offset OPP cost increases for small and rural municipalities. And further, that the province recognized that it is also the case that those municipalities with local municipal police services can continue to see significant cost increases and budgetary pressures in municipal policing, which are directly impacted by OPP policing labor costs. And further, that it be requested that the province treat all Ontario municipalities equitably with support and funding to assist managing these increasing costs of policing.
Well, thank you. And it seems, I think it's a good motion. I think it's one that hopefully we can all support. And the reality that we're all provincial taxpayers, and under what has been proposed so far by the province and Solicitor General, we will be subsidizing all of the Ontario municipalities that are policed with the OPP. That's right. So we need parity.
Great. Seeing nodding heads. So we'll bring that to council tonight. We'll bring back Councillor Robinson. No notices of motion. So we'll take a motion to adjourn. Moved by Councillor Brennan, seconded by Councillor Miller, that committee adjourn its proceedings at 8:15 p.m. and stand so adjourned until the next duly called committee meeting. Those in favor? That's carried. So we will take a break and go to council soon. How long can it
Karpenko.
Good evening. Welcome back to this meeting of Smith Falls Town Council for Monday, December 16th, 2024. On December 16th, 2024, we acknowledge that sacred land on which Smith Falls is now located has been a site of human activity for over 10,000 years and is rich in Indigenous history. This land is the ancestral and unceded territory of Algonquin Anishinaabe Nation. We're grateful to the Algonquin ancestors who cared for the land and water in order that we might meet here today. We're also grateful to the Algonquin people for their contribution in the making of the Rideau Canal, which runs through Smith Falls. We're mindful of broken covenants and the need to reconcile with all our relations. Together, may we care for this land and each other, drawing on the strength of our mutual history of nation building through peace and friendship, to be mindful of generations to come. I'll call the meeting to order at 8:21 p.m. Motion for the approval of the agenda is with Councillor McGuire, please.
Thank you, Your Worship. Moved by myself and seconded by Councillor Miller that the December 16th, 2024 regular council meeting agenda be approved as amended.
Thank you. Moved by Councillor McGuire, second by Councillor Robinson, that the December 16th, 2024 regular council meeting be approved as amended. The amendment being the addition of item 9.3 regarding policing and the province's contribution towards OPP costing. All in favor? That's carried. Disclosure of pecuniary interest or conflict of interest and general nature thereof.
Do I have to declare one? Okay. On item 9.3, I'll declare a conflict with my daughter-in-law's chief.
Well noted, thank you. Approval of minutes, Councillor Miller, please.
Thank you. Moved by myself and seconded by Councillor Robinson that the minutes of the December 2nd, 2024 council meetings be approved as circulated.
Thank you. Moved by Councillor Miller, seconded by Councillor Robinson, for the minutes of the December 2nd, 2024 council meeting be approved as circulated. All in favor? That's carried. Thank you. I have no announcements myself, no proclamations tonight. We do have a consent agenda. The motion reads, moved by Councillor Brennan, seconded by Councillor Quinn, that the consent report number 14-2024 be received the clerk, be received and adopted. Clerk Costello.
Thank you. There are 3 resolutions this evening on the consent agenda. The first being pre-budget approval for the network refresh, the second being approval of the Heritage Conservation District study, and the third being the appointment to the Leeds and Grenville and Lanark District Health Units Board of Health and the new Southeast Health Unit, which would be our appointee of Councillor McKenna.
Thank you. Anyone like to pull any item out for individual discussion? All in favor? Carried. Item 9.1 with Councillor Quinn, please.
Thank you, Your Worship. Moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Brennan, that the Council of the Corporation of the Town of Smith Falls award RFP 24-PW-016 to TIS Incorporated, or Inc. rather, for detailed design and tender preparations for the rehabilitation of the pedestrian underpass and the new lock overpasses structures on Beckwith Street, and that further the council authorized the mayor and clerk to execute a contract agreement with TSI Inc. to an upset amount of $348,425, excluding HST.
Thank you. Further discussion, please.
This is something that needs to happen just to make sure that our structures are sound and refurbished and able to last us for another number of years.
Thank you. Any further discussion? It's moved by Councillor Quinn, seconded by Councillor Brennan. The Council of the Corporation of the Town of Smith Falls award RFP 24-PW-016 to TSI Inc. for the detailed design and tender preparation for the rehabilitation of the pedestrian underpass and new lock overpass structures on Beckwith Street. And further, the council authorized the mayor and clerk to execute a contract agreement with TSI Inc. to an upset amount of $384,425, excluding HST. All in favor? Carried. Thank you. Councillor Robinson, you're up next.
Thank you. Moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Miller, that the Council of the Corporation of the Town of Smith Falls grant pre-budget approval for the Network Refresh project ahead of the final 2025 budget approval. And further, the council approve a single source procurement to the town's current network administrator, ITI Network Services Limited, to complete the network refresh project at a total cost of $139,964, inclusive of net HST.
Thank you. And further discussion, please?
Yeah, this was discussed earlier, but it's going to be bringing our network into the 21st century, so it's long overdue.
Thank you. Any further discussion? Moved by Councillor Robinson, moved by myself. Second by Councillor Miller. The Council Corporation of Town of Smith Falls grant pre-budget approval for the network refresh project ahead of the final 2025 budget approval. And for the council approve a single source procurement of the town's current network administrator, ITI Network Services Limited, to complete the network refresh project at a total cost of $139,964, inclusive of net HST. All in favor? Carried. Thank you. Councillor McGuire, you have our final piece of business.
Thank you, Your Worship. Moved by myself and seconded by Councillor McKenna, whereas on November 29th, 2024, the province of Ontario identified significant protective services cost pressures related to municipal policing and identified significant provincial funding to be provided to offset OPP cost increases for small and rural municipalities. And further, that the province recognized that is also the case that those municipalities with local police services continue to see significant cost increases and budgetary pressures in municipal policing, which are directly impacted by OPP policing labor costs, and further that it be requested that the province treat all Ontario municipalities equitably with support and funding to assist managing these increasing costs of policing.
Thank you. And further discussion?
Yeah, just in relation to the letter we got from the mayors in Southwestern Ontario and the funding that's making a significant reduction in the tax increase pressures on neighboring municipalities that have OPP services. Hopefully the Solicitor General, after touring our police service several weeks ago, will see this motion and find some funds to supplement the subsidies so that we also could take advantage of the program.
Thank you. No, and great point made. Solicitor General Cursor was here 3 or 4 weeks ago. We met with him at the police station. He expressed his admiration for small services, sees great value in what they bring to the community, the relationships, the continuity of officers who were there for decades, get to know the community, get to know the people. So we're optimistic he's listening and will find a way to do this and support us. Because the reality is the OPP may service about, I think it's about roughly 85 to 90% of the municipalities in Ontario, but they only represent 14% of the population. So based on what's been proposed today, it will be all Ontario taxpayers supplementing the OPP costing in all those municipalities representing 14% of the population. So it's not parity, it's not fairness. And the fact that we have chosen to have a municipal service doesn't mean we should be penalized. We should receive exactly what everyone else is entitled to. Any further comments on this before I read the motion? Moved by Councillor McGuire, seconded by Councillor McKenna. Whereas on November 29th, 2024, the province of Ontario identified significant protective services cost pressures related to municipal policing and identified significant provincial funding to be provided to offset OPP cost increases for small and rural municipalities. And further, the province recognized that it's also the case that those municipalities with local municipal police services continue to see significant cost increases and budgetary pressures in municipal policing, which are directly impacted by OPP policing labor costs. And further, that be requested that the province treat all Ontario municipalities equitably with support and funding to assist managing these increasing costs of policing. All in favor? That's carried. Thank you, everyone. Okay, well, welcome back, Councillor Robinson, because we can't proceed any further without him. He's got trivia tonight.
I have an announcement.
You got an announcement first?
I'll do it after.
After?
The trivia, yeah.
Okay. Okay, Alf, we've been waiting for you on the show.
So, everyone around this horseshoe knows what the Record News was. For anyone listening who doesn't, it was the town's newspaper for a long time. My question is, in what year was the Record News established?
Give us a little range here.
I'll give you a hint.
Okay.
It was a long time ago.
1884?
72? 1870.
Close.
1887?
You're closer.
88?
86.
Oh.
The Record News was established by Mr. G.F. McKim and served the town of Smith Falls beginning in 1886. The last copy that I could find online was August 2019. So if that was the last issue, it served the community for 134 years.
That's a long time.
It is.
That's a good one.
Anyway, I was surprised you got it that close.
I'm surprised I didn't know it.
Well, you're a history guy.
Okay, Councillor Brown, you have an announcement?
Yeah, so I sort of hesitated to do this because I don't have that good voice, but every year for the last 14 years, council has sang, "We wish you a Merry Christmas." And staff actually joined in. Nice. So, we
wish you a Merry Christmas. We wish you a Merry Christmas. We wish you a Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year.
We only know one chorus, eh?
Thank
That's enough.
Thank goodness.
That's enough.
Yeah.
Awesome. Thank you for the reminder and for leading us. Okay, we have no confirmatory bylaw. Our adjournment is with Councillor Robinson.
Thank you. Now I've lost my sheet. Moved by myself and seconded by Councillor Brennan that the council adjourn its proceedings at 8:32 p.m. and stand so adjourned until the next duly called meeting of council.
Thank you. Moved by Councillor Robinson, seconded by Councillor Brennan. This council adjourn proceedings at 8:32 p.m. and stands so adjourned until the next duly called meeting of council. All in favor? It's carried. Good night, everyone, and have a Merry Christmas and wonderful holiday. When you depart,
I signed, Don and I